Tonight, we're covering the incredible life story of Benjamin Franklin, a brilliant inventor, writer, and statesman whose ideas helped shape the foundation of the United States. From his experiments with electricity to his role in drafting the Declaration of Independence, Franklin's story is full of innovation, diplomacy, and a relentless pursuit of knowledge. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you as always. This was a highly requested topic, so hopefully you guys loved this one. Now turn on a fan for some noise, dim the lights, and let's begin, shall we? Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability, though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions. They raised children together, but the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's Almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries. He began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, they introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility in discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. Conceived in the mid-1740s, this initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery positive and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated assembly and the Penn-Family proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument? phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts, clad in a fur cap instead of a wig. Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention. Yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals describing dire needs arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticised the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarised his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem, carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted terms did it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Carborough encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. And just like that, we reach the ending of our story tonight about the one and only Benjamin Franklin. Hopefully by now you have reached the sleep state or are close. If that's the case, it's all good. We always have multiple stories of different kinds for you to choose from if this didn't do the trick. We're almost to the weekend, so let's get that sleep and knock tomorrow out with flying colours. Sleep is always a number one priority. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, good night. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty. a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small study room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tullia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tullia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tullia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless, determined not to stand idle. Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nicia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nicia once mused that no empire should claim a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tullia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nicia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nicia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction, each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tullia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nicia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realised that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. Those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tullia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. "We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nicia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nicia's arrest. The Praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nicia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasising Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nicia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realised that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nicia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nicia's plight, emphasizing that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realized, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nicia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nicia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage and then segue into Nicia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realize those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, an urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nicia were deemed radical, the entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution: direct petition to the emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nicia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guards' hostility. Flatter the empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nicia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realize how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nicia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nicia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nicia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nisia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognized that their window of opportunity to save Nisia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nisia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nisia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, and emphasize how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic. Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nisia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nisia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought, never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nisia as a curious mind, not a threat, but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of Russellian everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted a subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern, he confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nisia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tullia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the emperor's councillors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nisia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nisia behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution, if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the Empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 Praetorian guards flanked the door as Tullia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tullia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tullia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nicia's passion for scholarship. She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness, Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nicia were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nicia once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers. Tullia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nicia has always shown respect for the emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nicia's inquisitiveness and metaboa aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. "I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely." Tullia inclined her head. "We appreciate your fairness." She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nicia lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. "I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard," he whispered. "They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment." Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nicia's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. "If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage?" she would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nicia, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours: a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tullia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the Imperial Annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nisia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tullia bowed politely, Yesui, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nisia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. "I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nisia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious." Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. "However," Saturninus continued, "the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord." A tense silence followed. Tullia inclined her head. "We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy." Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. "I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning." He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. "And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks." Aurelia felt her hopes waver. "Is there truly no room for clemency?" she asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. "I can arrange for Nisia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest, essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct." Tullia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. "We will gladly vouch for her," Tullia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. "Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers." He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nisia now. Tullia spoke with forced calm. "We accept the responsibility." He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. "I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard." With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tullia squeezed her hand. "We did it," she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nisia was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed, each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tullia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nisia's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger, but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signalled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nisia looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nisia was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nisia inside. Tullia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nisia's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nisia recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nisia's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tullia insisted that Nisia rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nisia now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nisia nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nisia from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nisia's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nisia jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tullia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nisia's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nisia recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nisia said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tullia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nisia's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. "He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter," Tullia explained. "No more indefinite limbo." Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nisia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. "Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern." He paused, choosing his words. "A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice." Aurelia tensed. She knew Nisia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tullia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. "We can craft something that emphasizes loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held." Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nisia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tullia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how house arrest had clarified Nisia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nisia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nisia gave a weary nod. "I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell." Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nisia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. "Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched," she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest, A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nicia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nicia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nicia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. "We did it," she said softly. "You're free." Nicia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nicia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within. In the cool dawn of February 12th, 1809, a boy was born in a small one-room log cabin in Hardin County, Kentucky, an area now known as LaRue County. His name was Abraham Lincoln, a name that would one day become synonymous with perseverance, justice, and the struggle to unite a divided nation. But on that day, he was simply the son of Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks Lincoln, a humble family living in the rugged wilderness. Abraham's childhood was one of simplicity, hardship, and constant toil. His father, Thomas, was a hard-working farmer and carpenter who taught Abraham the value of labour and self-sufficiency. His mother, Nancy, was gentle and kind, instilling in young Abraham a sense of compassion and morality. The wilderness around them was vast and unyielding, a place where survival depended on resilience, resourcefulness, and community. The family lived in a small log cabin, its rough-hewn walls providing shelter from the harsh winters and sweltering summers of the Kentucky frontier. Inside, the fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warmth a comfort against the chill that seeped through the cracks in the wood. Abraham, with his lanky frame and curious mind, spent his days helping his father with the heavy tasks of clearing land, chopping wood, and planting crops. Though life was demanding, young Abraham had an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In a world where formal schooling was scarce, he read whatever books he could find. By the light of a flickering candle or the warm glow of the hearth, he pored over the few volumes available to him. The Bible, Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, and Pilgrim's Progress. Words became his refuge, a gateway to worlds beyond the rough frontier. He absorbed stories, ideas, and knowledge, shaping a mind that would one day influence the course of a nation. Tragedy struck when Abraham was just 9 years old. His mother, Nancy, fell ill with milk sickness, a deadly disease caused by drinking the milk of cows that had grazed on poisonous plants. Her passing left a void in the young boy's heart, a loss that would shape his empathy and understanding of human suffering. In the quiet days after her death, Abraham and his sister Sarah clung to each other for comfort, their bond deepened by shared grief. His father remarried a kind and supportive woman named Sarah Bush Johnston. She brought stability to the household and encouraged Abraham's love of learning. She saw in him a boy who was different, thoughtful, driven, and destined for something greater. As the years passed, the family moved to Indiana and later to Illinois. The wilderness was ever present, but Abraham's dreams extended beyond the horizon. His hands, calloused from hard labour, would one day hold the weight of leadership. His mind, sharpened by books and introspection, would one day navigate the complexities of a fractured nation. In his early adulthood, Abraham worked a series of jobs. He was a rail splitter, a store clerk, a postmaster, and a surveyor. Each experience taught him something new about people, work, and society. His natural wit, humour, and storytelling ability made him beloved among his peers. But beneath his easygoing demeanour was a man driven by a desire to understand the world and make it better. At the age of 21, Abraham began to study law. His mind was meticulous, his sense of justice unwavering. He read legal texts tirelessly, often walking miles to borrow books. He passed the bar exam and began practicing law, gaining a reputation for honesty and integrity. His clients trusted him, knowing that he would fight for them with the same determination that had carried him through his own hardships. Lincoln's political career began humbly. He served in the Illinois state legislature, and later in the U.S. House of Representatives. He was not born into power or privilege, but his commitment to fairness, equality, and justice earned him respect. He spoke out against the expansion of slavery, believing deeply in the principles of liberty and human dignity. In 1860, at the age of 51, Abraham Lincoln was elected as the 16th President of the United States. The nation he inherited was teetering on the edge of collapse. The deep divide between the North and the South over the issue of slavery had reached a boiling point. Just months after his election, the southern states began to secede, and the shadow of civil war loomed large over the country. Lincoln faced this monumental crisis with steadfast resolve. He believed that the Union must be preserved, that the ideals of freedom and equality enshrined in the Declaration of Independence must not be lost. His speeches, delivered in his calm and measured voice, sought to heal the nation's wounds even as war erupted. The years of the Civil War were grueling. Battlefields were filled with the smoke of cannon fire, and the land was stained with the sacrifice of thousands. Lincoln carried the weight of every decision, knowing that the fate of a nation rested upon his shoulders. The lines on his face deepened, his eyes often heavy with the burden of loss. But through it all he remained resolute, driven by a belief in justice, unity, and the hope that a better world could emerge from the chaos. In 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all slaves in the Confederate States were to be freed. It was a bold, transformative act that reshaped the purpose of the war and solidified his legacy as a champion of freedom. On April 9, 1865, the Civil War came to an end. The nation was weary, but there was hope that healing could begin. Yet Lincoln's story was to end abruptly. Just 5 days after the war's conclusion, on April 14, 1865, he was assassinated while attending a play at Ford's Theatre in Washington, D.C. His life, a journey from a log cabin to the highest office in the land, had come to a tragic end. Yet his legacy endured. The principles he fought for, freedom, unity, equality, would guide the nation forward. His words, his actions, and his unwavering commitment to justice left an indelible mark on history. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of Abraham Lincoln settle gently into your mind. His life was a testament to resilience, to the belief that, even in the darkest times, hope, compassion, and perseverance can light the way forward. As you drift further into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the legacy of Abraham Lincoln settle, like a comforting blanket over your thoughts. His journey from the rugged frontier to the hallowed halls of the White House is a reminder of the strength and resilience that lives within us all. His life teaches us that even in times of struggle, compassion, and perseverance can lead to hope, unity, and transformation. Picture the quiet landscape of the American frontier, the wide open plains stretching endlessly beneath a star-filled sky. The air is crisp and cool, and the soft breeze carries with it the scent of wild grass and earth. A sense of stillness settles over the land, the kind of stillness that comes with the end of a long day of toil. This is where Lincoln's journey began, where each sunrise and sunset shaped a man who would one day guide a nation through its darkest hours. As you breathe in deeply, feel that same calm resilience within you. The steady rhythm of your breath mirrors the gentle sway of the tall grasses, their tips shimmering in the pale moonlight. The sky above is vast and serene, a reminder that even amidst the chaos of life, there exists a quiet, enduring peace. Let this image fill your mind with tranquility, a sense of knowing that no matter the trials you face, There is strength to be found in perseverance and patience. Imagine the crackling of a campfire in the distance, its warm glow a beacon of comfort in the darkness. The flames dance softly, casting flickering shadows that sway and twist. This fire represents the warmth of human connection, the bonds of unity that Lincoln so passionately fought to protect. Even when the world was divided, he held firm to the belief that a nation could heal, that people could come together despite their differences. Lincoln's story reminds us of the quiet power of humility, empathy, and integrity. In his speeches and letters, he spoke not with arrogance, but with a deep understanding of human nature, of the pains and struggles that shape us all. His words carried the weight of experience and the hope of a better tomorrow. They were like gentle waves, lapping against the shores of a fractured nation, each word a step toward healing and reconciliation. As you lie here, feel yourself sinking deeper into rest. The burdens of the day grow lighter, like leaves floating gently down a stream. The water carries them away effortlessly, leaving behind a surface that is smooth and calm. Allow your mind to let go of worries, doubts, and fears, knowing that the path forward, though sometimes difficult, is always illuminated by the quiet light of hope. The soft whisper of the wind through the trees mirrors the quiet resolve that Lincoln carried within him. His journey was not one of ease, but of purpose. Each challenge, each setback, was met with patience and fortitude. He understood that change, real and lasting change, takes time and steady effort. In the face of adversity, he chose to act with dignity, knowing that his choices would shape the future for generations to come. As you drift deeper, imagine standing in the stillness of a forest at twilight. The world is hushed, the last rays of sunlight filtering through the branches, casting long golden shadows on the ground. This is a place of reflection, of quiet contemplation. The air is filled with the faint sounds of nature, a distant owl calling softly, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Here you feel a connection to the world around you, a sense of being part of something much greater than yourself. Lincoln's life, with its moments of triumph and tragedy, is a reminder that each of us has the power to shape our own legacy. His belief in justice, equality, and unity is a flame that continues to burn, a beacon that guides us through the darkness. His story encourages us to act with kindness, to stand firm in our principles, and to seek peace even in turbulent times. Breathe in deeply, the air filling your lungs with a sense of calm and clarity. With each exhale, let go of any tension or unease. Feel your body relax further, each muscle softening, your mind becoming lighter. The steady rhythm of your heart is like a gentle drumbeat, grounding you in this peaceful moment. The night envelops you now, a cocoon of warmth and safety. The stars above shimmer softly, their light a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe you're not alone. You are part of a story that stretches across time and space, connected to the dreams, struggles, and triumphs of those who came before you. As you continue to relax, let Lincoln's story inspire a sense of quiet resolve within you. His life is a testament to the idea that courage, empathy, and perseverance can overcome even the greatest challenges. His journey, though filled with hardship, ultimately brought hope and healing to a fractured world. You too carry that potential within you, the power to face challenges with grace and to find peace in the midst of uncertainty. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of Abraham Lincoln fill your dreams with calm, strength, and the knowledge that you are capable of overcoming any obstacle. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe for more soothing stories of history's greatest figures. Now, let go completely. The night holds you gently, the stars keep watch, and your dreams unfold like the quiet pages of a storybook. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are safe, that you are strong, and that tomorrow holds new possibilities, new paths to explore, and new moments of peace. As you drift even deeper into the comforting depths of sleep, let the quiet strength of Abraham Lincoln's story continue to guide you. His journey, one marked by perseverance, compassion, and unwavering resolve, reminds you that within every moment of stillness lies the potential for growth and healing. The night wraps around you like a warm, protective embrace, and your mind settles further into a place of deep relaxation. Imagine now a gentle breeze whispering through the fields of the American Midwest, where the tall grass sways like waves upon a sea of green and gold. The landscape is bathed in the silvery light of the moon, casting long shadows that dance across the open plains. This is the land where Lincoln grew up, where he learned the value of hard work, the weight of responsibility, and the simple joys of a life lived close to nature. The distant sound of a slow-moving river meanders through the air, its waters reflecting the soft light of the stars. Each ripple is like a thought, gentle and fluid, carrying away the worries of the day. You're standing on the banks of this tranquil river, feeling the cool, damp earth beneath your feet. The water flows endlessly, reminding you that life, with all its challenges and triumphs, moves forward in its own steady rhythm. In the distance, you see a campfire glowing softly, its flickering flames casting a warm, golden light. The warmth of the fire reaches out to you, offering comfort and reassurance. It represents the quiet resolve and inner strength that guided Lincoln throughout his life. The flames dance and sway, whispering stories of perseverance, courage, and the enduring power of hope. Lincoln's life, though filled with challenges and loss, was also a testament to the beauty of simple joys, the laughter of loved ones, the satisfaction of hard work, and the solace of quiet reflection. His humility and integrity, even in the face of great adversity, remind us that true strength is not always loud or forceful. Sometimes it is found in the quiet determination to do what is right. As you breathe in deeply, feel that same sense of quiet strength fill your being. Each breath brings with it a wave of calm, washing away tension and worry. With every exhale, you release the weight of the day, allowing your mind to sink further into the peaceful flow of the night. The world around you is hushed, the night filled with a serene stillness. The stars twinkle softly above, like tiny beacons of hope, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie within you. Their gentle light is a guide, leading you through the darkness and into a place of rest and renewal. Imagine now that you are walking along a well-worn path, the soft grass cushioning your every step. The path winds gently through a landscape of rolling hills and quiet forests, each step bringing you closer to a place of complete relaxation. The air is cool and refreshing, filled with the faint scent of pine and wildflowers. The sounds of nature surround you, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, and the soft murmur of the breeze. This path represents your journey, a journey that is uniquely yours. Just as Abraham Lincoln faced his own trials with courage and resilience, you too have the strength to navigate whatever challenges lie before you. The path may twist and turn, but with each step you're moving forward, growing stronger and finding peace within. As you continue along this path, you come to a quiet clearing. The ground is soft and inviting, the air filled with a profound sense of stillness. Here, you feel a deep connection to the world around you and to the quiet power within yourself. This is a place of rest, a place where you can let go completely, knowing that you're safe, supported, and at peace. The night sky stretches above you, vast and endless, a reminder that you are part of something much greater than yourself. The gentle glow of the stars fills you with a sense of wonder and calm. You're exactly where you need to be, and in this moment, everything is as it should be. As you settle into this peaceful clearing, allow yourself to drift even further into the depths of sleep. Your breath is slow and steady, your body relaxed and weightless. The world fades away, leaving only the comforting darkness and the quiet rhythm of your heart. It was a chilly afternoon in South London at the turn of the 20th century, where a slight boy named Charlie scans the streets for small wonders. Thick soot hangs in the air, dulling wan sunlight. Cobblestone roads gleam with recent rain, while horse-drawn carriages clatter by. Passers-by rarely notice Charlie, yet there's a glimmer in his eyes, a hint he sees possibilities others miss. At home, life is tenuous. His father, Charles Chaplin Sr., once sang in music halls, but that promise has dimmed beneath alcohol and regret. Charlie remembers nights when his father's lullabies softened the cramped walls, and others of muttered arguments. Meanwhile, his mother, Hannah, struggles to maintain equilibrium in her own fragile world. She once performed too, and sometimes urges Charlie to mimic everyday oddities. Other times, she vanishes into a haze, leaving him to wonder if his antics can reach her. Charlie hones his observational skills in their tiny flat. A single candle flickers in the hearth, casting shadows that inspire makeshift performances. He imitates a neighbour's theatrical gestures or a local gentleman's pompous stride, earning a weary smile from Hannah. Outside, Lambeth's narrow streets become his stage. He notes the lamplighter's angled stance, a stray dog's bark, the swirl of a violin from a pub. Where others see grime, he sees comedic fodder. His older half-brother, Sidney, is more practical, working odd jobs and scolding Charlie for daydreaming. However, even Sidney is unable to overlook Charlie's ability to elicit laughter with a simple roll of the eyes or a humorous bow. Their bond, forged by hunger and transience, is a fragile lifeline. When hunger gnaws louder than any applause, Charlie lurks behind a local theatre. He peers through half-closed doors at rehearsals, mesmerised by fluttering curtains and swirling costumes. Sometimes a stagehand shoos him away. Other times he's allowed a few minutes to soak in the magic. Back home, he reenacts what he's witnessed, stumbling in time to imaginary music or making Hannah chuckle with a pratfall. Poverty grows relentless. Hannah's grip on reality wavers until authorities intervene, placing Charlie in a workhouse. The regimented routine is harsh, a stark contrast to the cramped flat. Yet he refuses to be crushed. Late at night, he entertains the other children by mimicking the warden's stiff poses or parodying petty quarrels. Laughter becomes a brief reprieve from fear. After his workhouse stint, Charlie returns to a London changed by his mother's decline. He finds a spot in a children's dance troupe by mixing clumsy flailing with sudden bursts of comedic timing. That audition marks his first real step onto a public stage. The touring schedule is grueling, cramped trains, threadbare costumes, but applause, however faint, sparks new hope. Sidney helps manage what little they earn, convinced show business might be their only escape from poverty. Charlie's comedic flair grows, shaped by the everyday misfortunes he observes. If he sees a fruit seller trip, he'll practice that motion later, perfecting it until it's hilarious yet strangely touching. Each pratfall or wide-eyed stare draws from real life, turning ordinary mishaps into moments that transcend dire circumstances. Though the future remains uncertain, Charlie's heart beats to the tempo of creative mischief. Even as he frets over Hannah's well-being, he senses destiny tugging him forward. The boy with the curious gaze is no mere spectator. He's an alchemist, spinning hardship into comedic vignettes. These youthful experiments foreshadow a voice that will one day captivate audiences worldwide. For now, Charlie stages any street corner he can find, and his greatest reward is the unifying power of shared laughter. He still remembers how his father's lullabies once soared through the night, a momentary balm against hunger pangs and the bitter taste of fear. Sometimes, just before dawn, Charlie would lie awake, dreaming of a stage where sorrow could be recast as joy. In these idle moments, he memorized the rhythms of laughter, how it could erupt from even the bleakest circumstances. If a drunken neighbour stumbled, Charlie transformed it into a dance step that sparked grins. No matter how drab the alleyways, he found a spark to kindle his imagination. He sensed a well-timed tumble could lift weary spirits, even briefly. Those small victories fueled him. Amid the city's grey skies and lingering coal dust, Charlie found colour in humour, layering each new insight into his evolving repertoire. Unbeknownst to the crowds who passed him by, he was already practising for a role far larger than any shabby stay could contain. He was resolute. Charlie's mother, Hannah, succumbs to deeper mental fragility, and officials place him in a workhouse. Suddenly, the cramped familiarity of home is replaced by rigid schedules and faceless corridors. Children cry quietly, their hope eroding under stern watch. In this dreary labyrinth, Charlie clings to memories of Hannah's half-smiles and the musty warmth of dimly lit music halls. At night, he entertains the other kids, imitating wardens or reenacting staff disputes. Laughter, however faint, punctures the gloom. His stay is brief, thanks to sympathetic relatives who reunite him with Sidney. But Hannah's condition has worsened. At times, she acknowledges them, but at other moments, her own sorrow overwhelms her. Charlie's small comedic routines become lifelines, offering a glimmer of normalcy when all else fades. He auditions for a children's dance troupe with raw comedic timing, stumbling and flailing in ways that somehow shine. Despite threadbare clothes, he stands out, capturing the leader's curiosity. Soon, he tours dingy stages and half-full halls. Applause, however modest, affirms that he's more than his circumstances. Sidney manages logistics, scrounging for bookings. Both believe that if Charlie can succeed, they might secure better care for Hannah. Charlie refines each movement, storing real-life encounters for future skits. A pompous conductor or a clumsy fruit vendor sparks new routines. Observing life's contradictions becomes second nature. The schedule is grueling, nights in cold rooms, uncertain pay, unpredictable crowds. Yet each performance is a chance to spark joy. He learns timing is vital. Hold a pose too long and the gag falls flat. Collaboration with fellow acts teaches him to blend multiple comedic beats into a cohesive show. Hannah remains in his thoughts. Letters from home describe her fluctuating moods. Each laugh he conjures feels like a plea for her recovery, a silent vow to return triumphant. Through comedic alchemy, he tries to transform personal anguish into fleeting happiness. Small theatre ads begin to mention his name, labelling him an energetic comic. He meets older performers, many jaded by showbiz. Seeing their cynicism, Charlie resolves to remain hopeful. Performance, he believes, can be more than a paycheck. It can be an escape from bleakness. Though still young, he feels pressure to evolve. As the troupe's childlike novelty wears off, he adapts, weaving physical comedy into more refined sketches. He notices audiences respond to sincerity, even amid pratfalls. He aims to bridge the gap between comedic caricature and heartfelt empathy, so that wealthy patrons and struggling labourers alike find a piece of themselves in his act. A fresh uncertainty lingers. Adolescence creeps in, and he wonders how long he can play the endearing child. Yet each new show steels his resolve. He's tasted the rush of approval and the ache of indifference. Both drive him forward. Through it all, Hannah's plight remains the quiet drumbeat beneath every routine. Sidney's unwavering faith helps Charlie persevere. It's not just ambition fueling him, it's a sense of responsibility that has him perfecting pratfalls long after others stop rehearsing. If performance can grant even a fleeting reprieve from misery, Charlie is determined to seize it. By the close of this chapter, he stands at a threshold. Show business offers a path he can't fully envision, yet its promise glows brighter than any alternative. Each time he stumbles on stage, the audience's laughter reassures him that life need not be defined by poverty and sorrow. He's found a portal to possibility, one that might lift Hannah from her despair and validate the dreams he cradles. Without fanfare, Charlie ventures onward, believing in the subtle power of laughter to reshape a fate long overshadowed by hardship. He meticulously observes how a silence can intensify a punchline, or how a single raised eyebrow can convey a powerful message. During dreary train rides, he imagines new scenarios that blend humour with pathos, each crafted to nudge the audience's hearts. Sometimes, stagehands roll their eyes at his perfectionism, but Charlie feels compelled to push his talent further. He learns to spot a crowd's energy from the wings, guessing whether they crave slapstick or subtler pantomime. During these early years, he begins to understand the transformative power of comedy. It serves as a comfort against fear and a subtle jab at life's harsh realities. Even the simplest gag can spark unity among strangers. What began as a mere means to eat and survive now feels like a calling that transcends the drabness of London's underbelly. For Charlie, each new routine is a promise that better days might lie ahead. He yearns to be a spark, igniting hope wherever shadows. Charlie's teenage years arrive with dizzying changes. His time in small revues and children's troupes evolves into appearances at modest music halls. He expands his comedic repertoire, practicing pratfalls and silent gags in threadbare dressing rooms. In each performance, he earns an uncanny ability to mimic life's quirks, be it the haughty nod of a station master or the timid shuffle of a stray dog. Every odd job or peculiar encounter in London's streets provides him with new material to refine. Money remains scarce, and Hannah's health teeters, yet Charlie's sense of purpose intensifies. He's drawn to the spotlight, not just for applause, but for the electricity it brings, a fleeting connection between performer and audience that feels transformative. Sidney stays close, offering both fraternal advice and business acumen. They share an unspoken pact to keep Hannah's well-being at the forefront of their ambitions. If Charlie can climb higher in the entertainment world, perhaps there will be funds to secure better care for her. Opportunity soon knocks in the form of a vaudeville act looking for fresh talent. Charlie seizes the chance. Stepping into a larger circuit that promises slightly better wages and exposure, he discovers an industry brimming with eccentric personalities, jaded comedians who cling to worn-out routines, dancers who sparkle on stage but sob in back alleys, and promoters who talk of fame but pay with coins that barely cover a meal. Charlie navigates it all with a mix of wonder and guarded optimism, gleaning hard lessons about showbiz's fickle nature. On stage, he amplifies his comedic style. His routines feature rapid-fire physical antics interspersed with brief moments of pathos, a balance that intrigues audiences. Unlike some comedians who rely solely on slapstick, Charlie finds that a touch of vulnerability elicits deeper laughter, a camaraderie that bridges social divides. Even the rowdiest crowds quiet when he punctuates a bumbling pratfall with a wistful look, as though yearning for a gentler world. This blend of humour and heart gradually becomes his calling card, a nascent hint of what he'll later perfect in silent cinema. Travelling across England, he sees communities battered by the inequality and jobs lost to new machinery. It resonates with his memories of squalor and hunger, and he weaves these realities into his sketches. Sometimes, a simple gesture, a battered hat doffed at just the right moment, leaves an audience laughing yet oddly moved. He senses that comedy can highlight life's injustices without preaching. The applause that ensues frequently carries a hint of relief, as if laughter serves as the sole remedy for a chaotic world. Then, the Fred Karno Company beckons. Known for elaborate slapstick sketches and precise comedic timing, Karno's troupe is respected in vaudeville circles. After a swift audition in a cramped rehearsal room, Charlie is hired. Instantly, he steps into an environment where discipline matters as much as inspiration. Rehearsals stretch late into the night, every tumble carefully choreographed. Karno insists on meticulous synchronization. No comedic beat is left to chance. Charlie revels in this rigorous approach, discovering that the best gags require exact timing and intense focus. Karno's ensemble soon prepares to tour America, a land of mythic proportions in Charlie's eyes. Crossing the Atlantic on a crowded steamship, he feels the hum of possibility. The moment he steps onto American soil, he's overwhelmed by the frenetic energy of New York City. Towering skyscrapers, flashing electric lights, and melting pot neighborhoods ignite his curiosity. As Karno's troupe traverses the vaudeville circuit, Charlie devours fresh inspirations, the swagger of street vendors, the lilting drawl in a Mississippi town, and the raucous laughter of Midwestern audiences, performing night after night. He refines his craft under the pressure of instantaneous audience feedback. American theatregoers are rowdier and quicker to judge, but also lavish in their praise if they sense authenticity. Charlie's brand of physical comedy, tinged with empathy, resonates across state lines. He relishes each stage as a blank canvas to test new moves, contort his face into improbable expressions and spark roars of laughter. Here, pantomime transcends language. He doesn't need words to communicate longing, mischief, or sorrow. Between shows, he writes letters to Sydney, who remains in England to watch over Hannah. The updates brim with excitement at his American experiences, yet a thread of worry snakes through every line. Charlie wonders if each successful performance might bring him a step closer to the stability they crave, or if show business is as precarious in the States as it was back home. When the troupe reaches California, sun-drenched and teeming with new film studios, he grows restless. Rumours abound that moving pictures are the future of entertainment. While some older comics scoff, Charlie senses a fresh frontier. If he can convey so much with a simple gesture on stage, imagine what he could accomplish on camera, where expressions can be magnified for all to see. At the conclusion of the tour, Charlie finds himself in a precarious situation. Vaudeville has sharpened his comedic instincts, but the emerging world of film entices him. He's spent years learning how to craft a story with stumbles and glances rather than words. In this new medium, such skills might find their perfect home. Unsure how or when, he clings to the hope that his path will soon lead to film, a place where his silent eloquence might speak volumes. In his pocket, he keeps a note from Sydney detailing Hannah's improving spirits. That alone fortifies him. Each passing show intensifies his sense of a destiny he's just beginning to envision. Fortunately, Max Sennett, the head of the Keystone Film Company, notices Charlie's increasingly captivating stage presence. Intrigued by the wiry comedian who stirs laughter with a twitch of an eyebrow, Sennett offers him a short-term contract. Hesitant yet curious, Charlie steps onto a Keystone set in early 1914, surrounded by banana peels, frenzied chases, and broad slapstick scenes. The chaos is exhilarating, but the film process is unlike anything he's known. There's no native audio or audience to gauge his performance, just a camera that captures every move in stark finality. He soon embraces the novelty of it. Film allows multiple takes and close-ups that highlight his subtle expressions. Where vaudeville demanded exaggerated gestures to reach the back row, the camera reveals nuance, an eye roll, a knowing smirk, a delayed double take. Charlie revels in these details, quickly learning to craft comedic moments that linger. Audiences see these short reels in Nickelodeons across the country, giggling at the ungainly newcomer whose rubbery movements and distinctive moustache leave a lasting impression. Keystone churns out comedies at breakneck speed. The storylines are paper-thin, a love triangle here, a pie fight there, car chases zigzagging through city streets. Charlie, however, suspects that slapstick can be more than mere chaos. When he's given leeway to direct, he experiments, injecting small doses of empathy into the humour. A fleeting moment where his character sighs or appears embarrassed adds emotional texture to the pratfalls. Before long, his bowler hat, oversized pants and cane transform into a recognisable persona, still unnamed but undeniably distinct. He invests it with a humanity that resonates, even in the midst of Keystone's manic energy. Fame creeps up on him. Moviegoers start referring to him as the little fellow or the tramp, enthralled by his comedic oddities. Newspapers run blurbs praising his rubber-limbed antics. Charlie is still young and uncertain, yet he can't deny the sweet rush of public adoration. He sends bigger money orders back home, hoping Sydney can keep Hannah comfortable. Each success feels like a lifeline extended to the mother he fears he may never see fully healed. However, success within Keystone brings friction. The studio has its established methods, fast production, broad comedy, and Sennett grows uneasy with Charlie's desire for more control. Tensions rise when Charlie requests extra time to perfect a gag or begs for an additional shot to highlight a subtle reaction. While Sennett appreciates box office returns, he views Charlie's meticulous approach as disruptive. There are grumblings among the other comedians too, some of whom resent his rapid rise, yet Charlie can't help pushing boundaries. He believes that true comedy emerges from sincerity, not just frantic minor movement. Eventually, lured by a more generous offer, Charlie leaves Keystone for the S&A Film Manufacturing Company. There, he negotiates greater creative freedom. It's at S&A that he refines the tramp persona, melding slapstick with pathos in ways that both tickle and tug at the heart. Films like The Tramp and Work introduce audiences to a bumbling yet noble character who combats life's indignities with resilience. In these shorts, Charlie's comedic set pieces dance hand in hand with quiet moments of longing, ensuring viewers laugh even as they sense a deeper undercurrent of vulnerability. Critics soon hail him as a comedic genius. His paychecks swell, studios scramble to outbid each other, and fans clamour for the next release. Yet behind the scenes, Charlie grapples with isolation. Hollywood's glitz doesn't erase his memories of threadbare clothes, or the heartbreak of seeing Hannah slip away. Private dinners with industry magnates feel hollow, overshadowed by a longing for genuine connection. He writes letters to Sydney, pouring out doubts about whether he's simply dressing up old poverty in new silk, or if he's truly forging a path that matters. When he signs with the Mutual Film Corporation in 1916, the salary is astronomical for its time. More importantly, he secures near total autonomy on set. He directs, writes, stars, and even begins solo composing musical cues. This level of control, unheard of for most entertainers, lets him craft two real comedies that blend clowning with incisive satire. Each short film boldly explores comedic boundaries, all the while retaining an undeniable tenderness at its core. The public, eager for such inventive humour, devours them. By the close of Part 4, Charlie stands not just as a stage performer who dabbled in film, but as a movie pioneer shaping the language of silent comedy. His trademark shuffle, cane twirl, and half smile enchant audiences worldwide. Still, he's restless. The medium brims with unrealised potential, and he wants to test its limits. Even as he savours each new project, a spark in him yearns for something grander, a longer format to explore deeper narratives without sacrificing laughter. The worry that fortunes can change abruptly hovers in the back of his mind. But for now, in those silent reels, he's found an outlet for the empathy and mischief he first nurtured on London streets. With each new contract, Charlie's creative aspirations escalate. Mutual grants him near complete freedom, and his 2 reel comedies draw record profits. His Chaplin studios soon rise in Los Angeles, a testament to how far he's come from Lambeth's soot-laden alleys. Here, he fashions sets on a whim and refines comedic bits to exacting degrees. Prop men scramble to satisfy his sudden inspirations, while extras wait, intrigued by his meticulous approach. Some marvel at his devotion to scenes that run only a few minutes on screen, but Charlie insists every frame carry his unmistakable stamp. Now that he earns a fortune, Hollywood's high life beckons, yet he feels uneasy about opulence. Those who endured real poverty rarely shake its memory. Charlie prefers to pour resources into perfecting each film. His silent creations, like Easy Street or The Immigrant, layer pratfalls with social commentary. Even as audiences howl with laughter, they glimpse heartbreak in the tramp's eyes, the reflection of a man who's known desperation. Critics praise his artistry, calling his work a blend of whimsy and empathy, a comedic mirror held up to the tumult of everyday life. However, just as he settles into his routine, a sudden shift occurs. The silent era stands on the verge of a seismic transformation, the invention of talkies. Some studios embrace recorded sound with giddy excitement, certain it will revolutionize film. Others fear it might cheapen the universal language of pantomime. Charlie watches these developments warily. His art relies on expressive gesture. Wouldn't spoken dialogue fragment the broad appeal that made the tramp beloved worldwide? He's torn between clinging to silence and experimenting with sound. For a time, he sidesteps the issue by pushing silent film to new heights. Shoulder Arms, set amid the trenches of World War I, merges slapstick with the wartime satire, resonating with soldiers and families seeking a glimmer of hope in dark times. Audiences hail it as a testament to comedy's power to sustain morale. His studio becomes a bustling creative hive. Carpenters hammer away at elaborate sets, while musical directors work in tandem to ensure that live orchestras can perfectly underscore each comedic beat. As the 1920s roar on, silent cinema flowers, and Charlie stands at its pinnacle. Alongside other legends, he's revered for forging a distinct comedic grammar, close-ups that capture a flicker of pathos, comedic sequences that unfold like orchestrated ballets. Yet the clamour for sound intensifies. Films like The Jazz Singer stun Hollywood by demonstrating that moviegoers will pay to hear performers speak and sing. Investors in Charlie's ventures become restless, doubting his ability to navigate the new sonic storm. Unwilling to jump blindly, Charlie moves cautiously. His next major project, The Circus, remains silent, showcasing the tramp amid lion cages and high-wire antics. The production is fraught. Financial woes, technical snags, and a dissolving marriage all burden Charlie's spirit. However, despite his constant editing and re-editing, the core of the comedy remains unwavering. When the film premieres in 1928, audiences roar with laughter and tears. For Charlie, it's validation that silence, if wielded thoughtfully, can still conquer hearts. Behind the scenes, he wrestles with personal turbulence. Tabloids feast on his tumultuous romances, painting him as both genius and scoundrel. Hollywood thrives on scandal, and Charlie's rising fame makes him a prime target. He yearns for a quiet refuge to develop his ideas without constant scrutiny. Instead, he juggles public expectations, legal entanglements, and the relentless pulse of show business. Though reclusive by nature, he forces himself to mingle at lavish parties, aware that isolation can be as perilous as exposure. Gradually, he warms to the possibilities of sound, provided it can enhance rather than overshadow the silent charms of his tramp. By the end of the decade, he's toying with the idea of partially synchronized scores, using orchestras and effects to accentuate, not replace, pantomime. The talkies persist in their assault, yet Charlie decides to confront them according to his own terms. His worldview insists that laughter needs no translation, that a raised eyebrow or sly grin can transcend barriers words might construct. As the 1930s approach, Charlie contemplates taking bolder risks. Silent shorts have sufficed thus far, but cinematic evolution beckons him to attempt larger, more cohesive stories. Society, too, is in flux, teetering from the affluence of the roaring 20s toward ominous economic shadows. If the tramp was once a whimsical figure scrounging for dignity, Perhaps now he might speak for an entire generation on the brink of upheaval. Standing atop the industry he helped define, Charlie faces the question: how to keep silent film's poetic essence alive while stepping into a future brimming with sound. The Great Depression grinds the world down, yet Charlie presses on, determined to show that humour can still provide solace. Despite intensifying pressure to produce talkies, he chooses to release City Lights in 1931, nearly silent except for a musical score and a few sound effects. Many in Hollywood consider him foolhardy, warning that audiences now crave spoken dialogue. Charlie ignores them. The tale of the tramp and a blind flower girl unfolds in pantomime, underscored by poignant music. At the premiere, the audience's reaction is electric. Some weep, others cheer, but all rise to applaud a film that reaffirms silent cinema's unique power. Bolstered by City Lights, Charlie attempts a daring encore with Modern Times, released in 1936. Once again, the tramp remains essentially voiceless, caught in a whirlwind of assembly lines, gears, and mechanised modernity. The film skewers industrial dehumanisation, reflecting the anxieties of a workforce battered by the Depression. As comedic as it is, Modern Times bristles with social commentary, drawing on Charlie's own memories of poverty. The final frame, with the tramp wandering an open road, suggests a blend of hope and uncertainty emblematic of the era. Yet the political climate darkens further. Totalitarian regimes rise in Europe and war clouds loom. Charlie, who has always viewed humour as a universal unifier, now feels compelled to act. He pours his energies into The Great Dictator, a bold satire targeting fascism. This time he speaks. Casting himself as both a ruthless dictator and a humble Jewish barber, he delivers monologues that lampoon tyranny and plead for common humanity. Critics wonder if the public will accept him in a role so overtly political. But upon its 1940 release, the film provokes huge debate and garners massive acclaim. The final speech, an impassioned call for empathy, becomes one of cinema's most memorable moments. This newfound outspokenness, however, places Charlie in the crosshairs of an American society entering a period of heightened paranoia. As war escalates, patriotism takes on rigid contours. Charlie's British citizenship and vocal opinions on global affairs spark suspicion. Gossip magazines spin narratives about his private life, labelling him a radical or worse. The FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, compiles files on him. His open disdain for bigotry and his sympathy for the underprivileged are recast by some as communist sympathies. Even so, Charlie clings to the belief that laughter can diffuse hatred. He attends charity events, pushes for war relief efforts, and speaks out against discrimination. Meanwhile, personal setbacks mount. Controversial relationships, painful fall, divorces, and grueling legal battles keep him in the headlines. He tries to shield his children from the spectacle, wrestling with the chasm between his comedic persona and the scrutiny that dogs him day and night. His extravagant lifestyle, once a symbol of success, now feeds criticism. Enemies portray him as an out-of-touch celebrity meddling in political issues. With the end of World War II, relief is short-lived. A fresh wave of suspicion engulfs Hollywood as the Cold War dawns. Government committees investigate subversive elements in entertainment, and Charlie's name surfaces repeatedly. He defends himself in newspapers, maintaining his stance that comedy must be free to question authority. Still, the tide of public opinion begins to shift. Audiences that once embraced his universal humour grow uneasy at the glare of controversy, leaving Charlie torn between speaking his conscience and preserving his beloved tramp's image. Under these pressures, he completes Monsieur Verdoux, a dark comedy exploring the ethics of murder for profit. Audiences, expecting playful slapstick, are jarred by the film's biting social commentary. Reviews are mixed, and critics argue over whether Charlie has gone too far. Some hail the film as bold satire, others label it unpatriotic. The box office takes a hit. Charlie notices that for the first time in decades his work struggles to find unqualified acclaim. Compounding his woes, the government questions his moral fitness to remain in the country. Departing for the European premiere of Limelight, he learns mid-voyage that his re-entry permit has been revoked. Effectively exiled from the nation where he built his career, Charlie grapples with the realization that the comedic persona cherished by millions has become politically untenable. Headlines proclaim him a banished provocateur, while supporters decry the move as an injustice. Stunned but unbowed, he settles in Switzerland, left to wonder how the tramp's gentle spirit led to such conflict. Switzerland's quiet lakes and lofty peaks become Charlie's new backdrop, a stark contrast to the glare of Hollywood Klieg lights. Denied re-entry to the United States, he settles with his family in a spacious estate, hoping to find peace. Yet even from this alpine refuge he feels the sting of exile. Newspapers worldwide clamour for comment on his banishment. Some condemn America's actions, seeing paranoia run amok. Others chastise Charlie for voicing political views that overstepped his comedic domain. Despite the swirl of controversy, he refuses to retire in bitterness. He channels his restless creativity into new projects, penning ideas for films and writing reflective articles. Time, once a scarce resource in Hollywood's ceaseless churn, now stretches out. He strolls through Swiss villages, occasionally recognised by locals. While no longer hounded by paparazzi, he senses the ache of severed roots. The nation he once considered a second home has slammed its doors, and he wonders if the tramp's universal appeal holds any sway in an era so divided by ideology. In 1957, Charlie releases A King in New York, a satirical jab at American commercialism and paranoia. Filmed in Europe, it portrays a dethroned monarch bewildered by a society obsessed with television ads and witch hunts. Critics see a thinly veiled reflection of Charlie's own banishment. In America, distribution is spotty, with some theatres refusing to show the film. Overseas, it draws praise for its wit, if also sadness at how personal the subject matter feels. Through biting humour, Charlie processes his disillusionment. Meanwhile, his personal life finds stability with his wife, Una O'Neill, 2 decades his junior yet a nurturing presence. Their growing family fills the Swiss estate with laughter, a solace that eases the sting of isolation. Charlie's children know him as a sometimes strict, always imaginative father who regales them with improvised pantomimes. He composes music and revisits past triumphs, gradually shaping the narrative that will become his autobiography. Though ostracised by some, he remains beloved by many abroad, receiving invitations to film retrospectives that hail him as a pioneer of cinematic art. Once McCarthyism fades, the political landscape shifts, leading revisionist perspectives to perceive Charlie's exile as a tragic overreach. Young critics rediscover his silent classics, enthralled by the physical genius that transcends language. University film clubs screen The Gold Rush and City Lights, sparking debates on how comedy can blend with social insight. Students pen essays dissecting the tramp's endearing shuffle, passing each comedic beat as a subtle stand against tyranny and despair. As the 1960s roll into the 1970s, reverence for Charlie Chaplin swells anew. Hollywood, bruised by past fanaticism, grows eager to reconcile. In 1972, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences extends an olive branch, an honorary Oscar for his immeasurable contributions to film. Nervous yet touched, Charlie ventures back to the United States for the first time in 2 decades. Stepping onto the Oscar stage, he receives a prolonged standing ovation. Stars, directors, and longtime fans erupt in cheers, wiping tears as the once-shunned legend stands frail but dignified. Overcome, Charlie offers a humble bow, and for a moment it's as if the storms of suspicion and anger never raged. Returning to Switzerland, he lives out his final years in relative peace. While he continues to write, compose, and occasionally entertain friends with impromptu routines, his days of cinematic glory are largely behind him. Yet the world refuses to forget his legacy. Fans from every continent make pilgrimages to pay homage, some leaving heartfelt letters at his gate. They speak of how the tramp's comedic resilience gave them hope in hard times. Charlie's eyes still light up at the notion that simple pantomime can thread together disparate souls. On Christmas Day 1977, Charlie Chaplin sadly passed away in his sleep. Tributes poured in, bridging cultural divides that once loomed so large. No one can deny the colossal imprint he left on cinema, and on laughter itself. Across decades of triumph, scandal, and exile, he insisted that humour was more than escapism. It was a lifeline, a mirror, a gentle nudge toward empathy. From the cramped tenements of South London to sold-out theatres around the globe, Charlie's journey testified that even the humblest beginnings can spark a revolution of joy. The tramp, that perpetual underdog, endures as a symbol of resilience in a world quick to judge and slow to forgive. and in the hush that follows his passing, countless admirers recall the quiet dignity and timeless mischief of a man who spoke volumes, whether he chose to speak aloud or not. Paul Revere's name evokes images of a midnight ride, urgent calls for militias, and the onset of the American Revolution. Yet few realise the full scope of the man behind that iconic alarm. He was a silversmith, engraver, early industrialist, and a shrewd networker who navigated Boston's circles of artisans, merchants, and political agitators. Born on January 1st, 1735, Old Style, to Apollos Revere, a French Huguenot immigrant, and Deborah Hitchborn, a Boston native. Revere was destined to bridge cultures and communities at a time when colonial society seethed with discontent under British rule. Apollos Revere, who soon anglicised his name to Paul Revere, taught his son the art of silverwork. This trade anchored the younger Paul's fortunes. He grew up in Boston's North End, surrounded by wharves, taverns, and religious meeting houses, absorbing the rhythms of a busy port city. While modern retellings jumped straight to his patriotic escapades, his formative years shaped his destiny in more subtle ways. By age 15, the death of his father thrust him into the role of family provider. The teenage apprentice had to complete his training, manage the family's affairs, and forge connections with established silversmiths and merchants during the 1750s. Revere served briefly in the provincial army in the French and Indian War, an experience that gave him a glimpse of Britain's broader colonial entanglements. Upon returning to Boston, he embraced the trade of silversmithing wholeheartedly, creating not just decorative pieces, but also practical items like buckles and utensils. He prided himself on detail, marketing his wares to a clientele that spanned from modest craftsmen to the colony's rising middle class. Invoices preserved from this period reveal that Revere offered credit, advanced new designs, and constantly hustled for commissions. That brand of entrepreneurial spirit would later fuel his ability to mobilize networks for revolutionary purposes. By the early 1760s, tensions simmered throughout Massachusetts. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and subsequent taxes outraged merchants and tradespeople alike. Revere found himself among a group of Boston artisans who gathered at local taverns to vent frustrations. These enclaves brewed the earliest forms of organised protest. Revere soon discovered he possessed a knack for articulating grievances through his engravings. It was not only an art form, but also a political tool, effectively circulating ideas and stoking public sentiment against perceived British overreach. His iconic engravings of the Boston Massacre, albeit dramatised, helped radicalise many colonists. Apart from engraving, Revere proved versatile in forging social bonds. He was active in the Masonic Lodge of St Andrew, where he crossed paths with influential figures like Joseph Warren. He joined local fire clubs, an essential community fixture at a time when wooden buildings posed constant fire hazards. The same network that helped keep Boston safe from flames also functioned as a communication hub when secrecy was paramount. Revere's involvement in such clubs honed his skills at organising committees and planning contingencies. Revere witnessed the growing tension between the British authorities and colonial protesters as the decade progressed. He witnessed the formation of the Sons of Liberty, a loosely knit group bent on resisting British policy through boycotts, demonstrations, and occasionally more aggressive tactics. While Samuel Adams and John Hancock garnered the spotlight, Revere operated just beneath it, linking tradesmen, printers, and mariners to the cause. He carried messages across town, utilised his network to fundraise for boycotts, and orchestrated covert gatherings. In summary, the man played a significant role in the turbulent events that preceded the revolution. His silver shop bustled by day, forging items for well-to-do patrons, while by night he frequently huddled with patriots in back rooms. This dual existence, both an honest craftsman in broad daylight and a clandestine activist in the twilight, gave Revere an uncommon vantage point. He understood the grievances of merchants taxed by Parliament and the resentments of sailors harassed by British naval patrols. He also grasped the precarious existence of apprentices who found themselves jobless whenever tensions flared. In the early 1770s, Revere faced a crucial decision. He could either maintain his status as a respected craftsman and avoid radical elements, or he could fully dedicate himself to the resistance that was forming around him. That choice would define his role in the uncertain months ahead, as Britain tightened its grip and Boston braced for confrontation. His decision to lean into activism would soon thrust him into history's pages, though he never guessed that a single midnight ride would overshadow decades of other contributions. As Britain stepped up the enforcement of colonial policies, Revere and his compatriots adapted. No single figure commanded the burgeoning movement. Instead, it operated through committees, correspondences, and loosely affiliated networks of tradesmen, small merchants, and outspoken patriots. Revere proved instrumental in bridging these circles. He was neither the wealthiest merchant nor the most fiery orator, but his profound knowledge of Boston's geography and his wide array of personal relationships made him indispensable. He played a key role in the intelligence game that developed as tensions rose. The British, suspecting the colonies of seditious intent, planted informants and seized letters. Meanwhile, patriot leaders formed committees of correspondence in every town, forging a parallel information network that bypassed royal officials. Revere often served as a courier, riding to distant towns, Worcester, Salem, even Portsmouth, to update them on the latest developments. These journeys were not glamorous. Winter roads were treacherous, lodgings minimal. But Revere's skill at travelling incognito, changing routes unpredictably, and winning trust at local taverns kept the chain of communication robust. Beyond his courier work, he continued engraving political cartoons. His depiction of the Boston Tea Party, for instance, circulated widely, capturing the moment when patriots dumped British tea into the harbour. The incident itself was more chaotic than Revere's engraving suggested. He presented it as a unified, disciplined act, an image that bolstered the patriots' claim of moral high ground. He also contributed subtly altered prints of the governor or British officers, turning them into caricatures for distribution among sympathisers. These images, pinned up in print shops or posted in meeting halls, served as rallying symbols. One lesser-known chapter in Revere's life involved the Suffolk Resolves, drafted in 1774 by Boston leaders. These resolutions rejected the coercive acts and called for civil disobedience. Revere was entrusted with delivering a copy to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The journey south exposed him to a broader colonial landscape, forging connections with delegators from other colonies. He returned more convinced than ever that Massachusetts was not alone in protesting. Meanwhile, his reliability as a messenger soared in the eyes of figures like John Adams. Yet Revere was not purely a political operative. He had a family. His first wife, Sarah Orne, had borne him several children before passing away in 1773, and he later married Rachel Walker, who also became part of the extended Revere clan. Balancing domestic life with clandestine patriot activity proved stressful. Friends recalled that Revere's silver shop sometimes functioned as an unofficial meeting site, though it remained primarily a commercial venture. He might sit at his workbench, forging spoons or teapots, while patriots gathered in a small side room to whisper about British troop movements. By 1775, British authorities began to suspect that Boston's artisans played a larger role in the unrest than previously assumed. Regular army officers roamed the city, searching for hidden arms depots. Rumours swirled of British plans to arrest key rebel leaders, particularly John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who had left Boston for the relative safety in Lexington and Concord. Meanwhile, Massachusetts patriots had stored gunpowder in Concord, a small town west of Boston, anticipating a confrontation. As both sides prepared for the potential next move, tensions escalated. During this turbulent period, the Patriot leadership developed a signal system. Should the British launch a sudden strike, watchers at the Old North Church would hang lanterns to indicate whether the troops moved by land or by boat across the Charles River. Revere was part of the group that set this plan in motion, but to reduce risk, it was a friend, Robert Newman, who would hang the lanterns. Revere himself would undertake the hazardous ride to warn Hancock and Adams and rouse the militias along the route. In the days leading to that famous night, Revere scarcely slept. He conferred with Dr. Joseph Warren, who was privy to fresh intelligence suggesting British movements were imminent. The plan was bold, the stakes enormous. If the British discovered it, Revere faced imprisonment or worse. But he recognised that a swift warning might unify thousands of militiamen before the royal troops could seize arms or arrest leaders. No single courier could accomplish the entire job alone. Others, like William Dawes, shared the load. Still, Revere's role would become legendary, overshadowing the fact that a network, not one man, fueled that night's alert. Hence, as April 1775 dawned, Revere stood on a precipice. All the clandestine work, the rides to scattered towns and the coded signals at church steeples led to this juncture. The next hours would test his resourcefulness, bravery, and knack for quiet coordination, traits honed over years, now culminating in a midnight dash that would echo through American lore. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere prepared to leave Boston. British officers had become conspicuous near the docks, though many Bostonians, loyalists included, believed the troops would attempt to show of force the next day. Revere, however, suspected otherwise. He navigated through dark streets to the Charles River's edge, where a small boat awaited. Two friends rowed him quietly across, muffling oarlocks with cloth to avoid drawing the attention of the British warship anchored to nearby. Revere reached the Charlestown side and found a borrowed horse waiting. Simultaneously, Robert Newman stood at the Old North Church Tower, prepared to hoist 2 lanterns in the event of British troops launching from the water. Those signals would inform watchers in Charlestown, who would then spread the alarm by alternative routes. Revere's task was to ride directly to Lexington, rousing the countryside as he went. Another rider, William Dawes, would take a separate path, ensuring that if one was stopped, the other might succeed. Mounting his horse, Revere began the journey. At first, the roads lay eerily quiet, lit only by moonlight or the occasional lantern in a window. He knocked on farmhouse doors, calling to sleeping patriots, "The regulars are on the move," or words to that effect. He never actually shouted, "The British are coming," since many colonists still considered themselves British. Instead, he typically used phrases like, "The regulars are out," to alert local militias. Families woke groggily, but recognised Revere by name or from prior visits. Swiftly they dressed, collected muskets, began passing word to neighbours further inland. The ride was not free of peril. At one point, Revere spotted 2 British officers on horseback. Fearing capture, he evaded them by dashing off on a side path, relying on his memory of the terrain. The near encounter heightened his urgency. Every minute counted. If the British marched swiftly, they could seize the arms in Concord or intercept Hancock and Adams before local militias mustered. Arriving in Lexington around midnight, Revere found Hancock and Adams lodging at the home of Reverend Jonas Clark. He delivered his news. British forces would soon move to confiscate colonial weapons and possibly arrest Patriot leaders. The 2 men hesitated, uncertain whether the threat was immediate. Meanwhile, locals debated the best course. Having done his duty of warning them, Revere prepared to continue on to Concord to spread the alarm further. By coincidence, Dawes arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere, having navigated a separate route. They connected with another rider, Dr. Samuel Prescott, who agreed to guide them to Concord, being intimately familiar with the area. The trio set off, determined to alert the entire region. Not far along, a British patrol lay in wait. The redcoats tried to block them on a narrow road. Dawes managed to slip away, though he lost his horse soon after. Prescott, an agile rider, vaulted a fence into the woods and escaped captivity, successfully reaching Concord. Revere, however, was detained. The officers interrogated Revere, suspecting he carried vital intelligence. He admitted British troops were heading to Concord, but did not conceal that the militias had been forewarned. Stunned by his candour, the officers tried to hustle him along to figure out the scope of the Patriot plan. They soon heard gunfire in the distance, the sound of militiamen already mobilising. Alarmed that their mission was compromised, the officers let Revere go. He found his way back to Lexington on foot, arriving just in time to witness the earliest skirmishes on Lexington Green at dawn. Thus ended Revere's ride, and thus began open conflict in the war that would shape a nation. The militias converged as intended. Though the British pressed on to Concord, they encountered a growing throng of armed colonists. The day ended in a chaotic retreat for the Redcoats, an event that echoed far beyond Massachusetts. News of this standoff would spark the colony's transformation from scattered protests into a full-blown revolution. Paul Revere's role on that pivotal night was merely one component of a larger chain. Others, Dawes, Prescott, local watchers, played equally critical roles. Yet over time, popular mythology spotlighted Revere as the lone hero, galloping through the countryside. Decades later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, which condensed the story into a stirring call to arms, greatly contributed to Revere's fame. In reality, Revere's ride was but one expression of a complex strategy. However, it was sufficient to permanently inscribe him in America's collective consciousness as the individual who raised the alarm, thereby altering the course of history. once the battles at Lexington and Concord ignited warfare. Paul Revere's story did not pause. He continued serving the revolutionary cause in myriad ways, some unsung, others overshadowed by the flash of his midnight ride. In the following months, Boston became a hotbed of tension. The British held the city, while colonial forces encircled it. Revere worked on intelligence and logistical tasks, using his expertise in messaging and in crowd coordination to keep patriots informed. One key project saw him turning from silver to metal of another kind. Massachusetts needed cannon, shot, and other munitions. As a skilled artisan, Revere adapted his workshop for manufacturing. Though not a large-scale operation, his foundry contributed metal fittings and small arms components. He tinkered with the ways to produce gunpowder, though that challenge required specialized mills. Meanwhile, Revere participated in local committees that governed the region in the absence of British authority, ensuring daily life continued amid chaos. Amid these labours, tragedy struck. Dr. Joseph Warren, Revere's friend and fellow patriot, was killed in June 1775 at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Warren's death hit Revere hard. The two had collaborated closely in mobilizing the earliest resistance, and Warren's medical skill had saved countless lives in prior skirmishes. The heartbreak sharpened Revere's resolve. The cost of independence was high, yet men like Warren believed in it passionately. Revere channeled that sorrow into further commitments, travelling frequently between revolutionary committees in Cambridge and outlying towns. The British finally evacuated Boston in March 1776, a turning point that caused jubilation among the patriots. Revere moved back into the city, reclaiming his silver shop, but found it in disarray after months of occupation. Repairs were needed before normal business could resume. However, normal business had become a distant memory by that point. The war had shifted to other colonies, and Revere's skill set remained valuable. He volunteered for militia service and was appointed a lieutenant colonel of artillery in the Massachusetts militia. This role combined administrative oversight, ensuring troops had supplies and equipment, with strategic input, drawing on his knowledge of local fortifications. In 1778, Revere participated in the ill-fated Penobscot expedition, an attempt by the Massachusetts militia to oust British forces in present-day Maine. The expedition ended in disaster, with the colonial fleet scuttled and troops forced to retreat through the wilderness. Revere faced criticism for his actions there, especially regarding disputes over the chain of command. A court-martial ensued, questioning whether he had disobeyed orders or abandoned his post. While eventually exonerated, the incident left a sour note in his military career, contrasting sharply with the heroic aura of his earlier ride. Undeterred, he continued assisting in local defences, forging new connections with revolutionary leaders. In the final years of the war, Revere balanced militia duties with attempts to stabilise his personal livelihood. The prolonged conflict had disrupted normal commerce, and craftsmen across the colonies struggled. Revere's adaptability shone once more. He introduced new techniques, such as rolling copper sheets for naval use, precursor to his later achievements in metalworking that would flourish post-war. Throughout these years, Revere also engaged in the social fabric of the budding republic. He joined societies discussing ways to structure the new nation's governance. He was active in the movement that eventually produced the Massachusetts Constitution. Among his lesser-known efforts was involvement with the local intelligence apparatus to verify rumours of British espionage or infiltration. He was not a central spy master, but he knew the city intimately and could trace suspicious activity. The same street smarts that fueled his 1775 ride aided him once again. When the Treaty of Paris finally ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Revere was approaching 50. He had served as craftsman, courier, militia officer, and community organiser, roles overshadowed by that single night's gallop into legend. Yet he emerged from the war with a moderate standing, his workshop battered, but not ruined. Boston's economy was in flux, but Revere saw opportunities ahead. He recognised that the new United States, short on domestic manufacturing, would need local industries to replace imports once supplied by Britain. Thus, as the guns fell silent, Revere pivoted from the chaos of war to the prospect of peace. He had learned about large-scale metalwork from wartime demands. Now he sought to parlay that knowledge into a business advantage. He opened new ventures, such as a hardware store and a foundry capable of casting bells and cannons. This transformation signalled his next chapter, a shift from revolutionary operative to pioneering industrialist. Despite everything, he held on to the memory of Bunker Hill, lost friends, and that ride on a moonlit night, which shaped him into a man determined to help forge a stable, prosperous future for the Republic he helped birth. In the post-war era, Paul Revere harnessed his entrepreneurial spirit to elevate Boston's manufacturing capabilities. While many Americans clung to small-scale artisanal methods, he envisioned something grander, an industrial growth that could rival Europe's established foundries. His experiences rolling copper for naval uses and casting small cannons during the war primed him for expansions. Through determined trial and error, Revere built a thriving copper works enterprise. It began with smaller tasks, producing copper bolts, spikes, and fittings for local shipyards. Boston, a bustling maritime hub, offered a ready market. Over time, Revere realized the potential for roofing large buildings with copper sheets, a technique popular in European cathedrals but rare in the young United States. He also recognized the possibility of sheathing the hulls of wooden ships with copper to prevent wood-boring pests and reduce marine growth. If widely adopted, copper sheathing could dramatically enhance a vessel's speed and lifespan, improving profitability for shipping companies. Yet capital was scarce. Revere searched for partners or backers, but often found skepticism. Most believed large-scale metalwork too risky. Unfazed, Revere used his personal savings, accumulated from decades of silver work, taking on loans at high interest. He arranged shipments of raw copper from mines in Connecticut or further afield. By the late 1780s, he operated a modest rolling mill, though it struggled to match the consistency of British imports. Undeterred, he laboured to refine techniques, tinkering with furnace temperatures and rolling machinery designs. Alongside forging a copper empire, Revere remained active in civic life. He joined the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, which championed tradesmen's rights and advanced mechanical innovations. In addition, he oversaw community initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, Boston's roads, bridges, and fire services. This synergy of public service and private enterprise mirrored the developing ethos of the New Republic, where personal success and collective well-being intertwined. His family also expanded, father to a large brood. Revere expected his children to learn a trade or assist in the family businesses. Sons began helping in the foundry, learning practical skills from their father. Daughters were often educated enough to maintain household finances and even dabble in commercial tasks. The Revere clan became a microcosm of the emergent middle class, part tradition-bound, part forward-looking. At times, dinner discussions likely encompassed everything from forging techniques to local politics. During this period, the new federal government sought to strengthen America's naval capacity. Threats loomed off the Barbary coast, where pirates seized merchant ships. The US Navy needed warships, and Revere saw his chance. He pitched his copper sheathing to the government, arguing that adopting homegrown manufacturing would reduce dependence on foreign supplies. Despite initial reservations, officials recognized the strategic advantage. By the mid-1790s, Revere's copper found its way onto the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, a famed frigate built in Boston. This success was huge. It demonstrated that domestic production could match or exceed British quality. With pride, Revere marched his workers to the Charlestown Navy Yard to see the Constitution outfitted. The event symbolized the synergy of industrial progress and national defense. In an era when many still saw the US as an agrarian confederation, Revere's pursuits hinted at a more industrial future. He began receiving more orders for bell casting too. Churches across New England wanted bells that combined pleasing acoustics with durability. Revere's foundry delivered. Some of these bells still ring today. Even as Revere's renown grew in manufacturing circles, he remained surprisingly modest about the famed midnight ride. He occasionally recounted it for new acquaintances, especially if they recognized his name from rumors. But he never wrote a grand memoir or boasted publicly. He seemed more captivated by forging new wares and improving his foundry's output. The ride that would define him for posterity was just one chapter in his own eyes. By the early 1800s, Paul Revere was recognized as a leading industrial innovator in Massachusetts. The aging patriot was no longer the lean courier bounding off into the night. Instead, he was a solid figure with greying hair, strolling through a noisy foundry, checking the quality of molten copper, and guiding younger craftsmen. He remained engaged in local politics, advocating for a balanced approach to commerce. Occasionally, he accepted invitations to speak at associations of mechanics or veterans groups, though these gatherings rarely matched the grandeur of modern rallies. He kept the focus on practical improvements and communal responsibilities, values forged in a life that bridged revolution and the forging of a new economic order. Thus, Paul Revere advanced from revolutionary messenger to full-fledged industrial pioneer. Where once he had hammered silver teapots, he now shaped the nation's naval might. The drive for independence, which once motivated him to ride overnight, now fueled an economic vision for a stable, self-reliant America, an ambition that amply demonstrated the synergy between enterprise and patriotism. Paul Revere's final decades saw him celebrated in local circles as an accomplished businessman and stalwart voice in civic affairs. Yet, ironically, his renown as a revolutionary hero was comparatively subdued during his lifetime. Public commemorations of the war typically highlighted generals like Washington or statesmen like Franklin. The intricacies of Revere's midnight ride were known among certain Bostonians, but no single poem or widely circulated account yet enshrined his role. As the 19th century dawned, Revere watched Boston transform. The city's population swelled, new commercial opportunities arose along the waterfront. He kept pace with these changes, updating his foundry's techniques and occasionally patenting innovations. He also mentored younger artisans, passing along the same ethos of diligence and community-mindedness that guided him. In quiet moments, he reflected on friends lost or scattered by war, on how an unassuming silversmith like him once walked a perilous line between colonial law and rebellion. His personal life remained anchored in family. By now, multiple children assisted in the foundry. Grandchildren scampered through the workshop yard, occasionally mesmerized by glowing furnaces. Revere, though stern about safety, allowed them glimpses of the molten copper, hoping to spark curiosity rather than fear. Letters from this period reveal a man juggling paternal pride, financial concerns, and deep gratitude for living to see an independent republic flourish. He occasionally travelled to observe new industrial sites. One visit to Philadelphia's ironworks fascinated him. He swapped notes with other entrepreneurs about scale, costs, and workforce management. Everywhere he went, people recognized him as that Boston craftsman who had helped found an American manufacturing base. At dinners or tavern gatherings, he sometimes heard recollections of the Revolution, with others praising famous generals, while Revere politely listened. If asked directly about April 18th, 1775, he'd share details, but mostly he avoided embellishment. He never sought to overshadow the memory of the many patriots who fought and fell after that fateful night. In 1811, Revere decided to retire officially from daily management, handing control of the foundry to his sons and other trusted associates. By that point, his name carried weight in commercial contracts. The Revere brand, as it were, gave assurance of quality. Freed from the grind of business, he spent more time reflecting on the young nation's political evolution. The War of 1812 erupted soon after, pitting the US again against Britain. From his vantage, Revere found it both disheartening and validating. Disheartening that conflict re-emerged, yet validating because it underscored the importance of domestic industry in times of strife. Despite his advanced age, Revere occasionally wrote letters of encouragement to militia officers, reminding them of the vital role local defence played during the earlier revolution. He also supported volunteer committees raising funds for fortifications. Not being active on the front lines, he remembered the lessons of 1775. Local preparedness could significantly influence the outcome. Some historians note that behind the scenes, Revere's foundry contributed cannon parts for the war effort, though on a smaller scale than before. Paul Revere died on May the 10th, 1818, at the age of 83. Obituaries in Boston newspapers praised him as a master silversmith, an industrious founder, and a patriot of the Revolution, but they offered only cursory mention of his midnight ride. Instead of mourning a legendary figure, the city mourned a respected community pillar. Indeed, Revere's funeral was a modest affair attended by family, friends, and fellow artisans. To them, he was old Mr. Revere, wise in counsel, unwavering in principles. Over the ensuing decades, memories of the Revolution consolidated into a national myth. Monumental events overshadowed the gritty day-to-day contributions of ordinary patriots. Then, in 1860, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published Paul Revere's Ride, immortalizing Revere as the lone hero who raised the alarm. The poem, while stirring, took liberties, omitting the network of compatriots and crediting Revere with feats shared among multiple riders. Its dramatic lines, though historically imprecise, resonated with Americans on the brink of civil war, reminding them of the unity once forged in crisis. Thus, ironically, Revere's posthumous fame soared to heights he never experienced while alive. Statues rose, textbooks proclaimed him the prime instigator of the revolution's opening salvo. The complexities of his broader life, his industrial ventures, his engravings, his lesser-known military fiascos, often faded behind the single story of a midnight dash. Yet Revere's life exemplifies more than an iconic ride. It reflects the synergy of craft, commerce, activism, and civic responsibility in shaping a fledgling nation. That synergy, perhaps, is the greatest testament to the man who ended. As an unassuming, elderly industrialist, yet endures in collective memory astride a galloping horse. Long after Paul Revere's passing, historians pieced together a fuller portrait of his life, transcending the narrow lens of that famous ride. Documents emerged, shop ledgers, personal letters, court-martial records from the Penobscot expedition, showcasing a man constantly evolving with the times. Such evidence clarified that Revere's significance lay not in one heroic night, but in a sustained commitment to building community ties, forging new industries, and championing a cause he believed just. In modern Boston, tourists throng the Freedom Trail, winding past sites like the Old North Church, where docents recount the signal lanterns. Revere's house, painstakingly preserved, stands as an example of 17th century architecture adapted by an 18th century craftsman. Visitors marvel at the cramped rooms where children must have crowded together, and at the workshop space out back where Revere chased creative ideas that shaped silver into everything from teapots to intricate buckles. In the yard, one can almost imagine him conferring with secret committees, or stepping out at dusk for a quiet conversation with a fellow Sons of Liberty member. Revere's industrial legacy also lingers. The copper-clad USS Constitution still floats in the Charlestown Navy Yard, a testament to his metallurgical foresight. Bells cast in his foundry continue to ring in churches across New England. These artifacts speak to a principle Revere championed, that self-sufficiency and local craftsmanship buttress freedom. In a young republic uncertain of its future, he demonstrated that Made in America was not a pipe dream, but a workable reality, given enough ingenuity and perseverance. Academic discourse has also refined Revere's place in revolutionary history. While Longfellow's poem romanticised a lone rider, scholarship highlights a broader network known as the Intelligence and Alarm System. Dozens of riders, watchers and committee members made that April 1775 night a success. Revere's role was crucial but not singular. Even so, the poem's popularity stuck, capturing the hearts of generations who found inspiration in the notion that one person, fueled by conviction, might rouse a people to defend liberty. Some argue that the legend's simplicity overshadowed the truth of collective action, while others contend it provided a rallying symbol more powerful than any purely factual account. Contemporary portrayals, whether in children's books or historical dramas, balance the factual Paul Revere with the mythic figure. They mention his silver shop, his involvement in the Boston Tea Party, and his lesser-known feats beyond the famed ride. They note how he bridged multiple roles: artisan, father, activist, soldier, and entrepreneur. Teachers use his story to illustrate how revolutions depend on everyday citizens stepping forward, not just charismatic generals. In this sense, Revere embodies the idea that significant change is fueled by many hands, each contributing specialized talents. Revere's transformation into a national icon carries lessons about how history and memory intersect. He left behind no bombastic diaries. Rather, his records were pragmatic: receipts for silver items, letters about shipments of copper, brief notes on local militia tasks. The shift from modest business documents to mythic status suggests that once a narrative resonates with national sentiment, it acquires a life of its own. Paul Revere thus stands as both a historical figure, verifiable, multifaceted, and a cultural emblem shaped by poetry, public monuments, and retellings that emphasize drama over nuance. For people reflecting on the Revere's life today, he offers a model of adaptability. He was not locked into a single path. Facing challenges, whether paternal loss in adolescence, British crackdowns, or post-war economic chaos, he recalibrated. That adaptability underscores a universal truth. The capacity to pivot in crises fosters resilience, whether in the forging of a new nation or in personal life transitions. Ultimately, the Paul Revere story is more than an evening dash. It's a tapestry of craftsmanship, activism, community building and industrial ambition. Each thread adds depth to the revolutionary narrative. And while the phrase "one if by land, two if by sea" rings through the ages, the real Revere thrived on forging alliances and relentlessly solving problems. His memory endures in hammered silver, in the echoes of church bells, and in the forging of a collective identity that transcends any single heroic moment. In that sense, Revere's life exemplifies how a determined citizen can indeed shape history, quietly weaving purpose into every role he fills, leaving behind an imprint that resonates well beyond the midnight calls of war. Japan's origins are steeped in myth and legend, woven into the fabric of the country's identity. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, the islands were created by the divine couple Izanagi and Izanami, who dipped a jewelled spear into the sea and formed the archipelago. Their descendants, the Kami, shaped the land and its people. Among them, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, was the most revered, and it was her lineage that would give rise to Japan's imperial family, a connection that persists in tradition to this day. While these myths offered a divine origin story, the archaeological record tells another tale, one rooted in migration and survival. The first inhabitants of the Japanese archipelago arrived over 30,000 years ago, likely crossing land bridges from the Asian continent. These early foragers, known as the yeoman people, developed a distinctive way of life, marked by elaborate pottery, pit dwellings, and a deep relationship with nature. Living in scattered communities, the yeoman thrived for thousands of years, relying on hunting, fishing, and gathering. Over time, a new wave of migrants, the Yayoi, arrived from the Korean peninsula around 1000 BCE, bringing advanced agricultural techniques, metal tools, and a more structured society. The Yayoi introduced rice farming, which transformed the landscape and led to the rise of settled villages, social hierarchies, and territorial disputes. This era laid the foundation for the first centralized political structures in Japan, as powerful clan leaders, known as Uji, competed for control. Among them, one lineage, the Yamato, gradually emerged as the most dominant, consolidating power and setting the stage for an imperial dynasty. While the lines between history and myth blur in Japan's earliest narratives, these formative centuries shaped the cultural, spiritual and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honour the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots. As the Yayoi period gave way to the Kofun era circa 250 to 538 CE, Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over much of central and western Japan, cementing itself as the dominant force. Unlike the decentralized power structures of earlier centuries, the Yamato rulers established a centralized authority, one that derived legitimacy from both military strength and divine ancestry. They claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, an assertion that reinforced their divine right to rule and set a precedent for Japan's imperial institution. As the Yamato extended their control, they adopted new governing strategies, incorporating rival clans into their administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as kofun, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 meters, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artifacts, signaling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean Peninsula's three kingdoms, Baekje, Silla, and Goguryeo, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced ironworking, Buddhism, and Chinese writing, innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from mere chieftains to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families, particularly the Soga clan. Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts, as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the Soga championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution. Initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions, Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soga clan, a family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soga championed Buddhist teachings, not merely as a spiritual doctrine but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Naka no Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the Soga. This event, known as the Taika Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reforms sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code, the Ritsuryo system, was established. Closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance, it introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Heijō-kyo, modern-day Nara, a meticulously planned city laid out in a grid pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Nara became the heart of government, culture, and religion, filled with grand Buddhist temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Todaiji, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Daibutsu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to the realm. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering in court politics. Monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asuka and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese-style calligraphy, poetry and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet, even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision: to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto. As the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority. Rather than ruling directly, emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite revelled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Heian court was meticulously detailed in The Tale of Genji, a novel written by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colours. However, this refined world of the Heian elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement, large estates known as shun emerged, exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi, warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed as estate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans. By the late Heian period, two dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts, known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic Heian court, once the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces. While poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian-kyo, battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age. With the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan-no-ura in 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged victorious, forever altering Japan's political structure. The old Heian world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors, rather than court aristocrats, held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who were largely ceremonial figures, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with de facto rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Bakufu, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional lords, known as daimyo, controlling vast territories in exchange for military service. The samurai class, once mere enforcers for aristocrats, became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges, both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched two massive invasions, seeking to subjugate Japan as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who had expected generous rewards for their service. Without enough land or wealth to distribute, the shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet, imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun. While the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw a cultural renaissance, marked by the rise of no theatre, ink painting and the tea ceremony, it was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of three of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy built on military might, land control, and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet, even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era. As Japan descended into chaos, during the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, three formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his rule was cut short in 1582 when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit seppuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant-turned-general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Hideyoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago by 1590. He enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Iedo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance to prevent future uprisings. The Bakuhan system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin-kotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, the shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from travelling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theatre, ukiyo-e woodblock prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet, beneath the surface of stability, cracks began to form. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Heian period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralised control to private estates, shun, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburao, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters, but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honour, principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, 2 clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political manoeuvring. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan-no-ura saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto no Yoritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honour, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges: clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting allegiances that would test the samurai's resilience over the centuries. What had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan for generations to come. Their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan, but fight to keep their place at the top. With Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185–1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jito, military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow Hojo Masako maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy, where the regents controlled political decisions while the puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols, under Kublai Khan, had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery, and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze, or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Takauji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, This was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of No theatre, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil, much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace. The Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, this inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control, and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, three remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos, as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, three figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him, Ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful Takeda clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet, Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings, and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honor and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics, and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogunate established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakuhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed sankin-kotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable, like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was Sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet, within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theatre and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain, as their stipends remained fixed while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theatres, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered, like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, a new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbours. Telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. 2 factions emerged, those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came, a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema, and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai, but there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, two celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jewelled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers, and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror, as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susanoo, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Mikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens, carrying the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures, his name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperors emerged. The Jomon people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived, the Yayoi people, bringing agriculture, metalworking, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point, as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society. Both intertwine to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echoes still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. The role of Shinto and the worship of the kami. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine rule, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the Izgrand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misugi. Ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honour the kami, ensuring their continued favour and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that, after 100 years, gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favour from Hachiman, the kami of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines, and many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain, in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification. In ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Izigran Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Izumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okuninushi, and Fushimi Inari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors, before battle, would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through temizuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines, where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests dressed in flowing white robes performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikinen Sengu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Izgran Shrine. Every 20 years, the entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal, the idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into onryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds, to the whispering forests where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto defined the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures, like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate. How mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods. By declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu, they positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favour was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. The spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favor. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 1600, when Japan was fractured by civil war, leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga, in particular, saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favour, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land chosen by the gods remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories, it was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape. In ancient Japan, the land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, it was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains. Towering above the land, they were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya Hem, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount He and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals known as misogi were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honour the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of temazuya at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorishiro, objects capable of housing deities, marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomeria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honoured the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical, but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind, that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century, was seen as a direct intervention from the kami, protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land, shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain, it was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine. Whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests, the natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today, as shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology, how ancient beliefs shape Japan today. Though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favour of the kami, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist, Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line, from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day, reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as Matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumoda, people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honouring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits and creatures of myth, remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune, fox spirits, to the vengeful onryo, ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists, not just in shrines, but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture in onsen, hot springs, or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts, reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people, the deep-seated sense of honour, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono no aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honoured in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes, this behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of the irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive. To keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crop steady, a wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar. He was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honoring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticized, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognized the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realized how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organizing cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarion's significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She maneuvered through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the East had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labelling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral and subadmiral, outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces. Rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions, Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin, and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination. The story of Omaha Beach begins with the broader context of World War II, a conflict that had engulfed the globe by the early 1940s. After the fall of France to Nazi Germany in 1940, much of Western Europe lay under German occupation. Britain stood alone as the last bastion of resistance in Western Europe, facing the might of the German Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain and enduring relentless bombing during the Blitz. Despite these challenges, Britain, under the leadership of Winston Churchill, refused to capitulate. Across the Atlantic, the United States had initially maintained a policy of neutrality, focusing on domestic recovery from the Great Depression. However, the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought the United States into the war, joining the Allies in their struggle against the Axis powers. The United States, with its vast industrial capacity and manpower, became a crucial partner in the fight to liberate Europe. By 1942, the Allies faced the daunting task of planning a full-scale invasion of Nazi-occupied Europe. This effort, known as Operation Overlord, aimed to establish a foothold in France, opening a Western front to relieve pressure on the Soviet Union, which was bearing the brunt of the fighting on the Eastern Front. The operation would require meticulous planning, vast resources, and extraordinary bravery. The invasion was scheduled for June 1944 and would take place along a 50-mile stretch of coastline in Normandy, France. The beaches were divided into 5 sectors: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. Each sector had its own challenges, but Omaha Beach, assigned to American forces, was considered one of the most heavily defended and treacherous. The Germans, anticipating an Allied invasion, had fortified the French coastline with a series of defensive structures known as the Atlantic Wall. This formidable barrier included concrete bunkers, artillery emplacements, barbed wire, minefields, and anti-tank obstacles. Omaha Beach, with its high bluffs overlooking the shoreline, offered a natural defensive advantage to the German forces. The beach was defended by the 352nd Infantry Division, a well-trained and battle-hardened unit. The Allies knew that success at Omaha Beach would be crucial to the overall success of Operation Overlord. The beach provided a direct route inland to key roads and towns, making it essential for securing the Normandy region. Failure to take Omaha Beach could jeopardize the entire invasion and prolong the war. On the night of June 5, 1944, a massive Allied armada gathered off the coast of Normandy. Over 5,000 ships carrying troops, vehicles and supplies prepared to launch the largest amphibious invasion in history. The force included American, British, Canadian and other Allied troops, all united in their mission to liberate Europe from Nazi tyranny. As dawn broke on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, the invasion began. The assault on Omaha Beach involved two American divisions, the 1st Infantry Division, known as the Big Red One, and the 29th Infantry Division. These soldiers, many of them young and inexperienced, faced a harrowing task. The first waves of troops landed at Omaha Beach under intense enemy fire. The Germans, positioned in fortified bunkers and machine gun nests, rained bullets and artillery shells on the landing craft and soldiers. Many of the landing craft were destroyed before they reached the shore, and those who made it to the beach faced a deadly gauntlet of obstacles and firepower. The terrain at Omaha Beach added to the challenges. The wide open beach provided little cover, and the high bluffs allowed German forces to fire down on the exposed American troops. The rising tide threatened to engulf the soldiers and their equipment, adding another layer of urgency to the battle. Despite these overwhelming odds, the American soldiers displayed extraordinary bravery and determination. Small groups of men began to push forward, finding gaps in the German defences and scaling the bluffs. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear obstacles and minefields, enabling reinforcements to reach the beach. By mid-morning, the tide of the battle began to turn. Reinforcements from subsequent waves brought additional manpower and firepower to the fight. Naval bombardments and airstrikes targeted German positions, weakening their defences. Slowly but steadily, the Americans gained ground, overcoming the formidable obstacles and breaking through the Atlantic Wall. By the end of the day, the American forces had secured a foothold at Omaha Beach, but the cost was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making Omaha Beach the bloodiest of the 5 D-Day beaches. The sacrifices of these men were not in vain, as their efforts paved the way for the liberation of Normandy and, ultimately, the defeat of Nazi Germany. The success at Omaha Beach and the broader D-Day invasion marked a turning point in World War II. The Allies established a strong presence in Normandy, which allowed them to launch further offensives into France and beyond. Within weeks, Paris was liberated, and the momentum of the war shifted decisively in favour of the Allies. The Battle of Omaha Beach is remembered as a testament to the courage and resilience of those who fought and sacrificed for freedom. The stories of individual heroism and collective determination continue to inspire generations, reminding us of the cost of war and the enduring value of liberty. Today, the beaches of Normandy are peaceful, their sands washed clean by the tides of time. Memorials and cemeteries stand as solemn reminders of the events of June 6, 1944, honouring the men who gave their lives in the name of freedom. The legacy of Omaha Beach lives on, a symbol of unity, sacrifice, and the indomitable human spirit. As you reflect on this story, imagine the quiet shores of Normandy under a starlit sky, the waves gently lapping at the sands that once bore witness to such bravery. Let the memory of those who fought and fell remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. As the day of June 6, 1944, unfolded at Omaha Beach, the battle continued with relentless intensity. The early waves of American troops had endured devastating losses. Many soldiers never even made it off their landing craft, while others were cut down as they stepped onto the beach. The chaos and carnage of those first hours were overwhelming, with confusion reigning among the survivors as they sought to find cover and organize. The German defenders, positioned in fortified bunkers and pillboxes, maintained a near-constant stream of fire. Machine guns swept the open sands, mortars exploded among the soldiers, and artillery from the high bluffs pounded the beachhead. These fortifications had been meticulously planned, with interlocking fields of fire and overlapping lines of defence, making it nearly impossible for large groups of soldiers to advance without suffering heavy casualties. The Americans faced logistical challenges as well. Many of the tanks and heavy equipment intended to support the landing were lost at sea due to rough waters and enemy fire. The soldiers were left with little more than their rifles, grenades, and sheer determination to overcome the formidable obstacles ahead. The landing beach itself was littered with debris, destroyed landing craft, abandoned equipment, and the bodies of fallen comrades, creating a scene of utter devastation. Yet, amidst this chaos, small pockets of resistance began to form. Groups of soldiers, often led by junior officers or non-commissioned officers, rallied together and started pushing forward. These men displayed extraordinary courage, braving machine gun fire and mortar shells to advance toward the German positions. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear paths through the beach obstacles, blowing gaps in the barbed wire and clearing mines under heavy fire. One of the pivotal moments of the battle came when soldiers began scaling the bluffs that loomed over the beach. Using ropes, ladders, and sheer grit, they climbed the steep slopes to reach the German positions at the top. The fighting here was brutal and close quarters, with soldiers engaging the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Slowly but surely, the Americans began to neutralize the German bunkers and gun emplacements, thus weakening the enemy's defensive hold on the beach. The turning point at Omaha Beach was also aided by naval support. Realizing the dire situation on the beach, American naval commanders ordered their ships to move closer to shore, despite the risk of running aground. From these positions, the ships unleashed a barrage of firepower, targeting the German fortifications with their heavy guns. These naval bombardments played a crucial role in suppressing the enemy defences, allowing the soldiers on the ground to advance. By the afternoon, the tide of the battle had shifted. Reinforcements from later waves brought fresh troops and supplies to the beach, bolstering the American effort. The German defenders, though still fighting fiercely, began to falter under the relentless pressure. The combination of infantry assaults, naval bombardments, and air support gradually broke the German lines. By nightfall, the Americans had established a tenuous foothold at Omaha Beach. The high bluffs, once a symbol of the German dominance, were now under American control. From this vantage point, the troops could push inland, linking up with forces from the other landing beaches and beginning the liberation of Normandy. The cost of victory at Omaha Beach was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making it one of the bloodiest battles of D-Day. The courage and sacrifice of these men, however, paved the way for the success of the entire invasion. Their actions ensured that the Allies could establish a strong presence in Normandy, a crucial step toward defeating Nazi Germany. In the days that followed, the Americans worked to consolidate their position at Omaha Beach. Supply lines were established, reinforcements poured in, and the beachhead became a staging ground for further operations. The success of D-Day marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany, as Allied forces pushed inland and liberated towns and cities across France. The Battle of Omaha Beach remains one of the most iconic and studied engagements of World War II. It exemplifies the extraordinary bravery, determination, and resilience of the soldiers who fought there. Their sacrifices remind us of the cost of freedom and the enduring power of unity in the face of adversity. Today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and remembrance. The sands that once bore witness to such intense combat are now quiet, visited by people from around the world who come to pay their respects. The Normandy American Cemetery, overlooking the beach, stands as a solemn tribute to the thousands of soldiers who gave their lives on D-Day. As you think about the events of Omaha Beach, imagine the courage it took for those soldiers to face such overwhelming odds. Picture the determination of the men scaling the bluffs, the resolve of the engineers clearing obstacles, and the bravery of the naval crews providing support. Let their sacrifices fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. The story of Omaha Beach is not just one of extraordinary bravery and resilience. It is also a tale of lessons learned and strategies developed that would influence the remainder of World War II. The success of D-Day, including the hard-fought victory at Omaha Beach, gave the Allies a critical foothold in Western Europe, but it also came with a significant cost, offering lessons in leadership, logistics, and the nature of modern warfare. In the days and weeks following June 6, 1944, the Allies worked tirelessly to solidify their positions in Normandy. Omaha Beach, alongside the other 4 landing beaches, became a vital supply hub for the Allied forces. Engineers constructed artificial harbours, known as mulberry harbours, to facilitate the unloading of troops, vehicles and supplies. These floating piers were a marvel of engineering and a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the Allied effort. With the beachhead secured, the Allies pushed inland, encountering fierce resistance from German forces. The bocage, the dense hedgerows that characterised the Normandy countryside, proved to be a significant obstacle, offering German defenders natural cover and making it difficult for Allied tanks and infantry to advance. Despite these challenges, the Allies pressed forward, liberating towns and villages one by one. Omaha Beach's role in the larger Normandy campaign cannot be overstated. It served as a crucial link between the various sectors of the invasion, allowing the Allies to coordinate their movements and reinforce their lines. The capture of Omaha Beach also enabled the Allies to connect with the airborne divisions that had landed further inland, creating a unified front that could push the Germans back. The success of the Normandy campaign eventually led to the liberation of Paris in August 1944. The victory at Omaha Beach and the other landing sites had set the stage for this momentous achievement, giving the Allies the momentum they needed to continue their advance across France and into Germany. By opening a western front, the Allies forced the Germans to fight on multiple fronts, stretching their resources and hastening the collapse of the Nazi regime. For the soldiers who fought at Omaha Beach, the experience left an indelible mark. Many of the survivors carried the memories of that harrowing day for the rest of their lives. Their stories, filled with moments of terror, heroism, and camaraderie, provide invaluable insights into the human cost of war. These first-hand accounts have been passed down through generations, ensuring that the sacrifices made on that stretch of sand are never forgotten. The legacy of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It serves as a reminder of the importance of unity and collaboration in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. The D-Day invasion was a joint effort involving not just American forces but also British, Canadian and other Allied troops. Their collective determination and shared purpose exemplify the power of working together for a common goal. In the years following World War II, Omaha Beach became a symbol of remembrance and reconciliation. Memorials and cemeteries were established to honour the fallen, and annual commemorations bring together veterans, their families, and people from around the world to reflect on the events of June 6, 1944. The beach itself, now peaceful and serene, offers a stark contrast to the chaos and violence of that day, serving as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made for freedom. The Battle of Omaha Beach also holds important lessons for future generations. It underscores the importance of preparation, adaptability, and resolve in the face of adversity. The soldiers who fought there demonstrated extraordinary courage, refusing to give up despite overwhelming odds. Their example inspires us to persevere through challenges and to value the freedoms and opportunities that others have fought to secure. As you reflect on the story of Omaha Beach, imagine the waves gently lapping against the shore, the sands now quiet and still. Think of the soldiers who stepped onto that beach, knowing the dangers that awaited them, yet pressing forward with unwavering determination. Let their bravery and sacrifice remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. The legacy of Omaha Beach continues to resonate far beyond the shores of Normandy. It stands as a testament to the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought, and as a reminder of the profound impact of collective action in the pursuit of freedom. While the battle itself ended on June 6, 1944, its implications echoed throughout the remainder of the war and the decades that followed. In the immediate aftermath of the D-Day invasion, the Allies faced the monumental task of consolidating their gains and pushing further into German-occupied territory. The soldiers at Omaha Beach were soon joined by reinforcements, swelling the ranks and ensuring that the beachhead could serve as a staging ground for subsequent offensives. Supplies poured in through makeshift ports and logistical hubs, enabling the Allied forces to maintain their momentum. The capture of Omaha Beach, alongside the other landing sites, directly contributed to the liberation of Normandy. The fighting that followed was grueling, with both sides suffering heavy losses as they contested every inch of ground. The hedgerows of the bocage proved to be as challenging as the bluffs of Omaha Beach, with their dense vegetation providing ample cover for German defenders. Despite this, the Allies persevered, employing innovative tactics and overwhelming firepower to overcome the obstacles. One of the critical outcomes of the battle was the establishment of a Western Front. This forced Germany to split its resources, fighting the Allies in the west while continuing to battle the Soviet Union in the east. The strain of this two-front war proved too much for the Nazi regime, hastening its eventual collapse. The victory at Omaha Beach also had a profound psychological impact. For the Allied forces, it was a demonstration of their ability to achieve what many had thought impossible. The success of the invasion bolstered morale and provided a sense of hope for a future free from tyranny. For the German forces, it marked the beginning of the end, as the once impregnable Atlantic Wall had been breached, and the tide of the war was turning decisively against them. As the Allies advanced across France, the significance of Omaha Beach became even more apparent. It was not just a battle, but a gateway, an entry point for liberation. Towns and cities that had suffered under German occupation were freed, and the French people began to rebuild their lives. By August 1944, Paris was liberated, a moment that symbolized the triumph of the Allied cause and the resilience of the human spirit. In the broader context of World War II, Omaha Beach serves as a reminder of the high stakes and immense sacrifices involved in the fight against fascism. The lessons learned there informed Allied strategy in subsequent campaigns, from the push into Germany to the eventual victory in Europe in May 1945. The story of Omaha Beach has also left an indelible mark on culture and memory. Films, books, and documentaries have brought the events of D-Day to life for new generations, ensuring that the bravery and sacrifices of those who fought are never forgotten. Veterans who survived the battle have shared their stories, offering invaluable insights into the human experience of war. For those who visit Normandy today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and reverence. The rows of white crosses at the Normandy American Cemetery stand as a poignant reminder of the lives lost. The monuments and museums tell the story of the battle, preserving its legacy for future generations. Walking along the beach, one can still see remnants of the landing, from scattered artifacts to the rusted remains of bunkers and defences. The impact of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It reminds us of the power of unity, the importance of standing up against injustice, and the strength that comes from working together toward a common goal. It also serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to remember the cost of war and the value of peace. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the bravery of those who fought at Omaha Beach. Imagine the waves gently washing over the sands, erasing the scars of battle, but never the memory of what took place there. Let their sacrifices inspire you to cherish the freedoms we enjoy today, and to strive for a future where such sacrifices are no longer necessary. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Korea walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Karia to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Karia's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Karia took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Qasim al-Talabi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Karia gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Karia found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Karia couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Karia to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Karia, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Karia that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Karia remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Karia lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Karia wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Karia noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and in hushed tones apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass, dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Caria nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Caria gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Hafsun came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Hafsun suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Caria's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Hafsun wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Caria noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Hafsun scowled, muttering about the possibility that in Mile they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Hafsun pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Caria's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Hafsun signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Hafsun's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Hafsun found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Caria, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter. strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realized the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Koresh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Goresh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Korea braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Korea found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Korea saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Carrier conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like salient witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Calen led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Korea's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, sterolters, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Korea, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Korea shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varish as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days, yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah Ayscough, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behaviour of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colours of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his 3 laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein, who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31st, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honours the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the centre of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the Sun was at the centre of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the Earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and colour, were met with scepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal, it had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. And even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behaviour of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe, but this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible, attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became Master of the Mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace, and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites to orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, colour, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colours, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable, natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, And reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes, it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension, a child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had, taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. One or two suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated, the nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she pored at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's Tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from the Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a furious battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realise that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognised there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding onto Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared, battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction, as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through the partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrollment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deaf-blind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalised disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalise disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together. Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalised due to disability and being marginalised due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamoured with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognized spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights, and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. In the year 1162, amidst the sweeping steppes of Mongolia, a child was born into a world of cold winds and endless plains. This child, named Temujin, would grow to become the great Genghis Khan, a name that would echo across history as the founder of the Mongol Empire. But before he became a conqueror, he was simply a boy born into struggle, shaped by the harshness of his environment and the conflicts of his people. The Mongolian steppes stretched far and wide, a vast expanse of grasslands where the sky met the earth in a seamless horizon. Life here was simple yet brutal. Nomadic tribes moved with their herds, living off the land and surviving the harsh winters and the scorching summers. It was a world where strength, loyalty, and resilience were the keys to survival. Temujin's early years were marked by hardship. He was the son of Yesugei, a minor tribal leader, and his wife Holun. When Temujin was just a young boy, his father was poisoned by a rival tribe. This sudden loss left his family vulnerable, and they were abandoned by their own clan. His mother, Helen, took on the responsibility of raising Temujin and his siblings alone. The family was left to fend for themselves on the open steppes, relying on foraging, hunting, and sheer determination to survive. These early struggles forged a deep resilience in Temujin. He learned to endure hunger, cold, and the constant threat of violence. But he also learned the value of unity, the importance of family, and the need for loyalty. His mother's strength became a guiding force in his life. She taught him that survival required not only physical strength but also wisdom, patience, and an unyielding spirit. As Temujin grew older, he began to understand the fragmented world of the Mongol tribes. There were endless feuds, shifting alliances, and a constant struggle for power. He saw how disunity left his people vulnerable. He dreamed of something greater, of a world where the tribes could be united, where the endless conflicts could be replaced with a shared purpose. But before he could realize this vision, he faced countless challenges. Betrayal was a constant threat. One of his closest friends, Jamuka, who had once sworn brotherhood with him, would later become his rival. Temujin's path was marked by moments of capture, imprisonment, and escape. Each setback hardened his resolve. He believed that strength was found not just in the sword, but in the unity of purpose and loyalty. In time, Temujin began to gather followers who saw his vision. He was not just a warrior. He was a leader who understood people. He rewarded loyalty and merit rather than noble birth, a revolutionary idea in a world bound by tradition. His reputation grew, and more tribes pledged their allegiance to him. His ability to inspire, to strategize, and to adapt set him apart. He was relentless, determined, and focused on a single goal: to unite the Mongol tribes under one banner. In 1206, after years of battles, alliances, and strategic brilliance, Temujin achieved his dream. He was declared Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. It was a title that reflected his role as the unifier of the Mongols, a leader who'd brought together the once fractured tribes into a formidable force. But Genghis Khan's vision did not stop at the borders of Mongolia. He saw beyond the steppes, beyond the horizon. His ambition was to create a world where his people could thrive, where the divisions that had weakened them for centuries could be replaced by a new order. His armies, skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, began to expand the Mongol territory. They moved with speed, discipline and precision, conquering lands that had once seemed unreachable. The campaigns of Genghis Khan swept across Central Asia, into China and beyond. His leadership was marked by a combination of ruthless efficiency and strategic genius. He understood the importance of adapting to new challenges, incorporating new technologies, and learning from the cultures he encountered. Under his rule, the Mongol Empire became a melting pot of ideas, trade, and communication. But Genghis Khan was more than just a conqueror. He established laws to bring order to the chaos of his expanding empire. His code, known as the Yasa, emphasized loyalty, discipline, and justice. He promoted religious tolerance, recognizing that unity required respecting the beliefs of diverse peoples. He created systems of communication, trade routes, and infrastructure that connected distant parts of his empire. The Silk Road, once a dangerous route, flourished under Mongol protection, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. As you breathe in deeply, picture the vast Mongolian steppes under a night sky filled with stars. The grass sways gently in the breeze, and the world is quiet except for the soft sounds of horses and the distant crackle of campfires. Genghis Khan's legacy stretches across these plains, a reminder of a leader who dared to dream of unity, who faced the harshness of his world with an unbreakable spirit. His life was a journey of resilience, vision, and transformation. He turned adversity into strength, chaos into order, and disunity into a vast and enduring empire. Though his methods were fierce, his impact on the world was profound. The connections he forged between East and West reshaped history, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let the story of Genghis Khan remind you of the power of perseverance, the strength found in unity, and the importance of vision. His life, filled with challenges and triumphs, speaks to the boundless potential within each of us, the ability to overcome, to lead, and to create lasting change. As you drift even deeper into the calming embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's journey gently guide your thoughts. His story, one of struggle, vision, and unrelenting determination, is a reminder of the strength that lies within every challenge we face and the boundless potential we possess to shape our own destinies. Picture the endless Mongolian steppes beneath a vast night sky, where the stars shine like scattered diamonds, illuminating the dark plains below. The wind moves softly, whispering tales of ancient conquests and unification, carrying with it the faint scent of grasslands and distant fires. This is the world where Genghis Khan forged his legacy, a world where survival was harsh, but the spirit of resilience was even stronger. As his empire expanded, so too did his influence. His conquests stretched from the mountains of China to the deserts of Persia, from the plains of Russia to the cities of the Middle East. But beyond the battles and the victories, Genghis Khan's mind remained focused on a singular goal: creating a world where his people could thrive. He was not driven purely by conquest, but by the desire to establish order where there was once chaos, to bring unity to lands divided by endless feuds. The Mongol Empire under his leadership was not just vast, but interconnected. Trade routes flourished under his protection, allowing merchants, scholars, and travellers to move more freely than ever before. This period of stability and security, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica, allowed ideas, cultures, and innovations to flow across continents. Paper, gunpowder, and art travelled from east to west, while philosophies, religions, and scientific discoveries spread in return. Imagine the caravans moving slowly across the Silk Road, their lanterns glowing softly in the dark, their footsteps measured and steady, the gentle clinking of goods, the murmur of languages blending together. This was a world where once isolated cultures began to connect, creating a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision of an interconnected world laid the foundation for this exchange, bridging the gaps between civilizations and opening pathways that had once seemed impassable. As you breathe in slowly, picture the vast expanse of his empire, the lands stretching beyond sight. Mountains rise in the distance, rivers carve paths through fertile valleys, and open plains roll endlessly toward the horizon. Each part of this landscape, once divided, is now united under a common rule, a testament to the power of a shared purpose. Genghis Khan's dream of unity has become a reality, one shaped by his unwavering will and strategic brilliance. But even as his empire grew, Genghis Khan remained tied to the simplicity of his roots. He lived a life close to the earth, surrounded by the people who had followed him from the very beginning. He never allowed himself to be consumed by luxury or excess. His strength lay in his ability to understand both the warrior's path and the leader's burden, to balance the ferocity of conquest with the wisdom of governance. As the years passed, Genghis Khan continued to guide his people, his vision extending beyond his own lifetime. He established systems of law and order, ensuring that justice and discipline held his empire together. His code, the Yasa, provided structure and fairness, holding even the highest-ranking leaders accountable. This commitment to order and loyalty became the backbone of the Mongol Empire, a legacy that would endure long after his death. In 1227, Genghis Khan's journey came to an end. He passed away during a military campaign. His body returned to the land he had known since childhood. His burial place remains a mystery, hidden somewhere in the vast steppes, a secret held tightly by those who revered him. But though his physical presence faded, his legacy continued to shape the world. His descendants carried his vision forward, expanding the empire and cementing his place in history. As you breathe deeply, feel the quiet power of Genghis Khan's story resonating within you. His life teaches us that, even in the face of unimaginable challenges, a determined spirit can overcome, a clear vision can unify, and resilience can shape the course of history. He transformed his hardships into strength, his struggles into purpose, and his dreams into reality. Imagine the steppes once more, now calm under the vast night sky. The stars continue their silent watch. The wind carries a sense of timelessness, and the land stretches out in quiet peace. The world rests much like you do now, embracing the stillness that follows the storm, the calm that comes after a journey well travelled. Allow yourself to let go completely, to surrender to this peaceful stillness. The story of Genghis Khan has taken you across endless plains, through battles, struggles, and victories. Now, you rest, knowing that strength, resilience, and vision lie within you, just as they did within him. The journey of discovery, growth, and purpose is yours to continue when you awaken. As you sink deeper into the embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's legacy ripple through your mind like a soft, steady current. His journey was vast, stretching across endless plains and through the annals of history, yet his life was also a reflection of universal truths: strength in adversity, vision beyond boundaries, and the enduring power of unity. Imagine the stillness of the steppes at dawn, the first light of day casting a golden hue across the endless grasslands. The world holds its breath in quiet anticipation, a moment suspended between night and day. This is the same land that shaped Temujin, the boy who became Genghis Khan. The cold winds, the hardships, the endless horizons, all these elements forged his spirit, teaching him to endure, to adapt, and to lead. As you breathe deeply, let that same sense of quiet resilience settle within you. Just as the steppes stretched beyond sight, so too do the possibilities within your own life. The journey of Genghis Khan reminds us that no matter how vast the challenges before us, the human spirit is capable of incredible endurance and transformation. In your mind's eye, picture the endless caravans that travelled the Silk Road under the protection of the Mongol Empire. Merchants from distant lands move steadily along ancient routes, their carts loaded with silks, spices, and knowledge. The world is connected in ways it had never been before, ideas flowing freely across continents. These connections, once fragile and uncertain, now weave a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision brought people together, creating pathways where there had once been barriers. His legacy lives not just in the conquests, but in the bridges he built between cultures, the systems of order he established, and the idea that unity, even amidst diversity, is possible. Now, let your thoughts drift further into the stillness of night. The campfires have burned down to embers, their soft glow casting faint light across the faces of warriors, nomads, and travellers. The air is filled with the faint scent of smoke and the quiet murmur of people at rest. This moment of peace, hard-earned and cherished, reflects the balance that Genghis Khan sought, a world where strength and stability allowed for moments of tranquility. Feel the calm spread through your body, each breath drawing you deeper into a space of comfort and safety. The struggles of the day fall away like grains of sand carried by the wind. You are part of a larger story, one where each challenge you face shapes you, where every moment of resilience adds to your strength. Like the great Khan, you possess the power to endure, to dream, and to create a legacy of your own. Imagine now the vast plain stretching out beneath a sky filled with stars. The universe seems infinite, yet there is a profound sense of peace in knowing that you are a part of this grand expanse. The wind whispers gently, carrying with it the stories of the past, the hopes of the present, and the dreams of the future. You're connected to this timeless flow, your spirit at ease, your heart steady. As your mind drifts further into sleep, let the essence of Genghis Khan's story remain with you. His life, shaped by hardship and triumph, reminds us that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth. His journey from a boy abandoned on the steppes to a ruler who united vast lands is a testament to the power of determination and vision. You too carry that same potential within you, the ability to overcome, to rise, and to transform. The world outside grows softer now, the edges of reality blurring as you surrender to rest. Your breath is slow, steady, and calm. Each inhale fills you with a sense of possibility. Each exhale releases any tension you've been holding. The night wraps around you like a warm cloak, protecting and soothing you as you drift further into peaceful sleep. As you drift even deeper into the embrace of sleep, the vast plains of history stretch endlessly before you, serene and timeless. The gentle rhythm of your breath mirrors the calm, steady winds of the Mongolian steppes, whispering stories of courage, resilience, and transformation. The journey of Genghis Khan lingers softly in your mind, a reminder that every challenge faced, every hardship overcome, shapes the path towards something greater. In this peaceful expanse, the world feels limitless. The night sky, filled with an infinite sea of stars, reflects the boundless potential within you. Each star glimmers with a quiet brilliance, a beacon of possibility, hope, and the dreams that lie waiting beyond the horizon. Just as Genghis Khan dared to look beyond the confines of his world, you too are capable of breaking through barriers, of envisioning new paths, of creating a life defined by your own resilience and purpose. Imagine the quiet of the ancient world. No city lights, no noise of modern life, just the pure, unbroken silence of the night. The grass beneath you is soft, cool and fragrant. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of earth and distant fires. The only sounds are the faint rustling of the wind and the occasional soft nicker of a horse standing watch. This tranquility is a gift, a space where you can let go, breathe deeply, and allow your mind to float freely. As you inhale, draw in a sense of calm strength. With each exhale, release the burdens of the day, the worries that cling like shadows. In this space, there is no need to rush, no need to struggle. You are safe, held gently by the vastness of history and the quiet wisdom it offers. Like the open steps, your mind expands, free from constraints, filled with possibility. The story of Genghis Khan is one of transformation, of a young boy who endured pain and loss, but who rose to become a leader who reshaped the world. His journey reminds us that strength is born in moments of adversity, that the spirit is forged in the fires of challenge. His vision was clear, his resolve unbreakable, and within you too lies that same seed of potential, that same capacity for growth, for vision, for resilience. Picture the endless plains bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The first rays of sunlight touch the horizon, casting a warm golden light over the land. The sky shifts from deep indigo to gentle hues of pink and orange. The world awakens slowly, peacefully, as the night gives way to a new day. This transition, from darkness to light, is a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how long the night may seem, the dawn always comes. Let this thought settle gently in your mind. Just as the night must yield to the morning, every struggle you face, every challenge you endure holds the promise of renewal, of new beginnings, of possibilities yet to be realized. The journey of life, like the journey of Genghis Khan, is one of cycles, of hardship and triumph, of darkness and light, of endings and new beginnings. Feel your body relax even further, each muscle letting go, your mind sinking deeper into the comfort of sleep. The weight of the world lifts away, leaving you light, free, and at peace. The winds of the steppes, the vast horizons, and the quiet strength of history envelop you in a cocoon of serenity. In this state of deep relaxation, know that you are part of something timeless. The struggles, the victories, the dreams of those who came before you live on, whispering their wisdom and encouragement. You are connected to this greater tapestry of humanity, a thread woven through the fabric of time, resilient and unbroken. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15th, 1769, on the island of Corsica, a small but strategically significant island in the Mediterranean. His family was of minor nobility, with his father, Carlo Bonaparte, serving as a lawyer and political representative for Corsica. Despite their noble status, the Bonaparte family was not wealthy, and young Napoleon grew up in a modest household. Napoleon's childhood was shaped by the unique blend of Corsican pride and French influence that surrounded him. Corsica had been acquired by France shortly before his birth, and the island's culture reflected a mix of independence and French authority. From an early age, Napoleon displayed a keen intellect and a fiery determination. He excelled in his studies, particularly in mathematics and history, which would later serve him well in his military career. At the age of 9, Napoleon left Corsica to attend school in mainland France. His father had secured a scholarship for him to study at a prestigious military academy, where he trained to become an artillery officer. This period of his life was not without challenges. As a Corsican in a French institution, Napoleon often faced discrimination from his peers, yet he remained focused on his goals, using his intelligence and discipline to rise above the prejudice. Napoleon graduated from the École Militaire in Paris at the age of 16, becoming a second lieutenant in the French army. He began his career at a time of great upheaval. The French Revolution was transforming the nation, dismantling the old monarchy and reshaping France into a republic. For Napoleon, this period of political and social turmoil presented both challenges and opportunities. During the Revolution, Napoleon's strategic brilliance began to emerge. His first major success came during the Siege of Toulon in 1793. As a young officer, he devised a bold plan to capture the city, which was held by royalist forces supported by the British. His strategy was a resounding success, earning him recognition and promotion. Napoleon's star was rising, and his ability to combine tactical innovation with decisive action became his hallmark. In 1796, Napoleon was given command of the French army of Italy. This was his first significant leadership role, and he wasted no time in proving his abilities. Despite being outnumbered and poorly equipped, Napoleon led his troops to a series of stunning victories against Austrian and Piedmontese forces. His Italian campaign not only solidified his reputation as a military genius, but also brought him wealth and fame. Napoleon's rise to power was meteoric, and by 1799 he had become one of the most influential figures in France. That year, he staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the government and establishing himself as first consul. This marked the beginning of his rule and set the stage for his transformation of France. As ruler, Napoleon implemented sweeping reforms. He reorganized the French government, established the Napoleonic Code, a legal framework that influenced legal systems worldwide, and strengthened the country's finances. He also invested in infrastructure, education and the arts, leaving a lasting legacy on French society. In 1804, Napoleon declared himself Emperor of France. The coronation ceremony was a grand and symbolic event, with Napoleon famously placing the crown on his own head, a gesture that underscored his belief in self-made power. As emperor, Napoleon expanded his ambitions beyond France, embarking on campaigns that would change the map of Europe. The Napoleonic Wars were a series of conflicts that pitted France against a coalition of European powers. These wars showcased Napoleon's strategic brilliance and determination, but they also tested his limits. His victories at battles like Austerlitz and Jena cemented his reputation as one of history's greatest military commanders. However, his campaigns also came at a great cost, both in lives and in resources. One of the most ambitious and ultimately disastrous undertakings of Napoleon's career was the invasion of Russia in 1812. Initially, he achieved some success, but the campaign turned into a nightmare as his army faced harsh winter conditions, dwindling supplies, and fierce resistance from Russian forces. The retreat from Moscow was a devastating blow, marking a turning point in Napoleon's fortunes. Despite setbacks, Napoleon's resilience and charisma kept him in power for a time. However, by 1814, his enemies had formed a powerful coalition, and Paris was captured. Napoleon was forced to abdicate and was exiled to the island of Elba. Yet, even in defeat, his determination remained unshaken. Less than a year later, he escaped from Elba and returned to France, rallying support and reclaiming his position as emperor during what became known as the 100 Days. Napoleon's final chapter unfolded at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Facing a coalition led by the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army, Napoleon fought valiantly but was ultimately defeated. This marked the end of his reign and his dreams of empire. He was exiled once more, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. On St. Helena, Napoleon spent the final years of his life in relative isolation. He reflected on his legacy, dictating memoirs that recounted his achievements and offered insights into his thoughts and motivations. He died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. While his life ended in exile, his impact on history was indelible. Napoleon's story is one of contrasts, a man of great ambition and intellect who reshaped Europe, yet whose relentless pursuit of power ultimately led to his downfall. His legacy is a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring influence of vision and determination. As you reflect on Napoleon's journey, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a state of relaxation. His life, filled with triumphs and challenges, serves as a reminder that greatness often comes with both light and shadow. Imagine the quiet halls of the École Militaire, where a young Napoleon first honed his skills, or the grand boulevards of Paris during his reign. Picture the serene beaches of Corsica, where his journey began, and the windswept shores of St. Helena, where it ended. These images, filled with history and humanity, bring a sense of peace and connection. As the gentle narrative of Napoleon's life carries you further into relaxation, consider the enduring lessons his story offers. His life was a testament to the power of vision, determination, and adaptability. From the shores of Corsica to the grand battlefields of Europe, Napoleon's journey was one of extraordinary highs and profound lows, each moment shaping his legacy and the world around him. Imagine the streets of Paris during the height of Napoleon's rule, bustling with activity as citizens moved through a city transformed by his reforms. The grand architecture, the sounds of carriages, and the whispers of admiration for the leader who had reshaped France into a powerful empire fill the air. Napoleon's vision for his country was ambitious, rooted in the belief that strong leadership and progressive policies could bring unity and prosperity. Napoleon's Napoleonic Code, one of his most enduring achievements, remains a symbol of his commitment to order and justice. By creating a clear and organised legal framework, he provided a foundation for modern law that still influences societies worldwide. This accomplishment reflects his ability to think beyond the immediate and to consider the lasting impact of his actions, a hallmark of great leadership. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, picture the vast and open battlefields where Napoleon's strategies unfolded. His ability to read a situation, adapt to challenges, and inspire his troops set him apart as a military genius. Yet these victories came with sacrifices, reminding us that even the greatest achievements carry weight and consequence. Let this thought settle into your mind as a reminder of the complexities of life and the balance required in pursuit of success. As the night deepens, imagine the quiet solitude of Napoleon's exile on St. Helena. The crashing waves against the rocky shores and the distant horizon create a peaceful yet contemplative scene. In these final years, Napoleon reflected on his life, his choices, and his impact on the world. His memoirs, filled with introspection and insight, reveal a man who, despite his flaws, remained dedicated to the ideals of progress and legacy. Feel the calm and serenity of this moment as you think about Napoleon's resilience. Even in defeat, he maintained his dignity and continued to shape his story. His ability to adapt, to rise again, and to reflect on his journey offers a powerful lesson about perseverance and the human spirit. Picture Napoleon's childhood in Corsica, the simplicity of life on the island, and the spark of ambition that drove him to dream of a future beyond its shores. His journey reminds us that greatness often begins with humble beginnings, and that with determination we can overcome the obstacles that stand in our way. As you relax further, imagine the quiet moments Napoleon spent in thought, planning his next move or contemplating the lessons of the past. These moments of reflection, like the ones we take before sleep, are a chance to find clarity and purpose in our lives. Let the story of Napoleon inspire you to approach each challenge with courage and each success with humility. The story of Napoleon Bonaparte is not just one of conquest and power. It is a story of vision, resilience, and humanity. His life teaches us that even the most ambitious dreams are within reach if we are willing to work for them, and that true greatness lies in the ability to adapt, learn, and persevere. The soothing rhythm of Napoleon's story continues, so let it guide you deeper into a state of calm and rest. His life, with all its triumphs and trials, serves as a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring power of ambition tempered by reflection. Each chapter of his journey holds lessons about perseverance, the importance of vision, and the balance required in any great endeavour. Picture Napoleon in one of his most iconic moments, standing atop a hill overlooking the battlefield at Austerlitz. The early morning fog begins to lift, revealing the vast armies below. His mind is sharp, calculating and focused as he directs his troops with precision and confidence. This scene encapsulates the essence of Napoleon as a leader, decisive, strategic, and unwavering in his belief in victory. Let this image remind you of the power of clarity and focus, qualities that can guide us even in the most challenging situations. Now shift your thoughts to the quieter moments of Napoleon's life, moments spent in introspection and planning. Perhaps he's seated at a desk, surrounded by maps and letters, the flicker of a candle casting a soft glow on his face. These moments of preparation and thoughtfulness were the foundation of his successes, showing that even the most remarkable achievements begin with careful planning and deliberate action. While you relax further, imagine the streets of Paris once more, this time during Napoleon's grand coronation as emperor. The city buzzes with excitement and anticipation, the sounds of trumpets echoing through the air as crowds gather to witness history being made. Napoleon, ever the symbol of self-determination, places the crown upon his own head, a gesture that speaks to his belief in shaping his own destiny. This powerful act reminds us of the importance of taking charge of our lives and pursuing our goals with determination. From the grandeur of Paris to the stark solitude of St. Helena, Napoleon's life was filled with contrasts. His journey teaches us to embrace both the victories and the setbacks, to find strength in our resilience, and to learn from every experience. The quiet reflection of his later years offers a poignant reminder that even in solitude, there is value in contemplating our legacy and the impact we leave behind. Imagine Napoleon walking along the shores of St. Helena, the waves gently lapping at the rocky coastline. The horizon stretches endlessly before him, a symbol of both the limits of his exile and the boundless scope of his influence. In this serene moment, there is a sense of acceptance and peace, a reminder that even the most ambitious lives eventually find stillness. While you drift further into sleep, let the echoes of Napoleon's life guide your dreams. His journey, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, is a testament to the power of vision, courage, and reflection. His story reminds us that greatness is not measured solely by success, but by the depth of our character and the impact we have on the world around us. As the narrative of Napoleon's life gently lingers, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. His story, so full of ambition, brilliance, and humanity, is a powerful reminder of the potential that lies within all of us. Napoleon's determination to rise above his circumstances and his willingness to face challenges head-on show us the value of perseverance and the strength that comes from unwavering resolve. The simplicity of Napoleon's early life on Corsica, an island of rugged beauty and quiet charm. As a young boy, he roamed the hills, his mind already filled with dreams of greatness. The sound of the sea, the scent of the olive trees, and the warmth of the Corsican sun shaped the foundation of the man he would become. These early days remind us of the power of humble beginnings and how even the most unassuming origins can lead to extraordinary paths. As Napoleon grew into a young man, his move to France marked the beginning of his transformation. At the military academy, he honed his skills, his discipline setting him apart. Despite facing prejudice as a Corsican, he remained focused on his goals, showing a resilience that would define his career. These formative years teach us the importance of persistence and the ability to adapt in the face of adversity. Now let your thoughts drift to the grand halls of the French court during Napoleon's rise to power. Imagine the opulence, the polished marble floors, and the chandeliers casting their light across a room filled with dignitaries and leaders. In this environment, Napoleon's intellect and charisma shone brightly, propelling him to heights few could have imagined. His rise reminds us of the importance of self-belief and the courage to seize opportunities. Even in moments of defeat, Napoleon demonstrated a remarkable ability to reflect and regroup. The exile to Elba could have been the end of his story, but instead he used it as a time to plan his return. His resilience during the 100 Days, when he reclaimed his empire, speaks to his determination to fight for what he believed in, even against overwhelming odds. As you relax further, imagine the quiet dignity of Napoleon's final years on St. Helena. The isolation of the island offered him time to reflect on his life, his choices, and his legacy. The crashing waves and the vast expanse of the ocean became the backdrop to his thoughts. In his solitude, he dictated memoirs that revealed not only his strategic mind, but also his humanity. This chapter of his life reminds us of the value of introspection and the importance of finding peace within ourselves. Feel the calm and stillness of this moment as the story of Napoleon carries you into a deep, peaceful sleep. His life, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, serves as a reminder that greatness lies not just in what we accomplish, but in how we face the challenges along the way. With the night embracing us, let the echoes of Napoleon's journey fill your dreams. Imagine the vast battlefields, the bustling streets of Paris, and the quiet shores of St. Helena, each scene a testament to the resilience and complexity of his life. His story reminds us that every step of the journey, whether triumphant or challenging, shapes who we are and leaves a legacy that endures. Its roots lie in the escalating tensions between the United States and Japan. In the early 20th century, Japan emerged as a dominant power in East Asia. Through rapid industrialization and military expansion, it asserted its influence. By the 1930s, Japan's imperial ambitions clashed with the interests of Western powers. Among these, the United States sought to maintain its influence in the Pacific. In 1937, Japan's invasion of China began its aggressive campaign for territorial control. This conflict brought atrocities, including the infamous Nanking Massacre. The international community condemned Japan's actions. In response, the United States imposed economic sanctions. Vital resources like oil and steel were cut off. For Japan, these sanctions were crippling. Its military and industrial capabilities were under threat. The Japanese government saw the sanctions as an existential crisis, and so they began to prepare for war. On December 7th, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. This devastating strike crippled the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The goal? Eliminate American naval power in the Pacific. This would give Japan free rein to expand its empire. While the attack dealt a significant blow, it galvanized the United States. Within days, America declared war on Japan. This marked the nation's full entry into World War II. After Pearl Harbor, Japan's military advanced rapidly. Territories like the Philippines, Singapore, and parts of Indonesia fell to their forces. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, dominating the Pacific with unrelenting campaigns. But in May 1942, cracks began to show. The Battle of the Coral Sea became a turning point. This costly engagement marked the first time Japan's expansion was checked. The United States stopped Japan from capturing Port Moresby in New Guinea. This preserved a critical Allied position. Despite this setback, Japan remained confident. Its military leaders, particularly Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, planned a decisive battle. Yamamoto's strategy was ambitious. He aimed to lure the US fleet into a trap by attacking Midway Atoll. Midway was remote but strategically vital. Its proximity to Hawaii made it a key target. If captured, Midway would allow Japan to extend its defensive perimeter. It might even threaten the American mainland. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the United States had a crucial advantage. American cryptographers, led by Lieutenant Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken Japan's naval codes. Through intercepted communications, US intelligence uncovered the plan. The attack on Midway, codenamed Operation MI, was no longer a secret. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz took action. As commander of the US Pacific Fleet, he devised a bold counter-strategy. Rather than falling into Yamamoto's trap, Nimitz planned to ambush the Japanese fleet. In preparation, Nimitz assembled his forces. The US Navy had 3 carriers available: USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown. The Yorktown, damaged during the Battle of the Coral Sea, was a critical piece. Repaired in record time, it returned to action just in time for the fight. These carriers, along with their escorts and aircraft, represented America's best hope. This was their chance to turn the tide in the Pacific. On the morning of June 4th, 1942, the battle began. Japanese aircraft launched waves of attacks on Midway Atoll. Bombs rained down, targeting airstrips and defences. The defenders, though heavily outnumbered, fought valiantly. Anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes took a toll on the attackers. Yet Midway suffered significant damage. Even so, the Japanese failed to achieve their primary goal, neutralizing Midway's air power. As the Japanese prepared for a second wave, the Americans struck back. Carrier-based aircraft launched a bold counterattack. The first waves of US torpedo bombers faced devastating losses. Their slow, outdated planes were no match for the agile Japanese Zero fighters. Many brave crews were lost, but their sacrifice distracted the Japanese defences. This left the enemy fleet vulnerable. At a critical moment, American dive bombers arrived. They found the Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, completely exposed. The ships were refueling and rearming planes. Their decks were crowded with explosives. The American bombers struck with devastating precision. Direct hits ignited explosions and fires. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were consumed by flames. This was a catastrophic blow to Japan's naval power. The fourth Japanese carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterstrike. It managed to severely damage the USS Yorktown, but the Americans regrouped quickly. They launched a final attack, sinking Hiryu by the end of the day. All 4 Japanese carriers were destroyed. This marked a turning point, not just in the battle, but in the war itself. The fighting continued for several days. The Japanese attempted to regroup and retreat. By June 7th, it was over. The United States had achieved a decisive victory. Japan's primary carriers were sunk. Their ability to project power in the Pacific was crippled. The loss was catastrophic for Japan. Over 3,000 sailors and airmen were killed. Their fleet suffered irreparable damage. The Battle of Midway marked a turning point. Japan, once seemingly invincible, was now on the defensive. The United States began a bold campaign of island hopping. Strategic locations were captured one by one. Step by step, they pushed closer to Japan. Midway reshaped the nature of naval warfare. The battle proved the central role of aircraft carriers. It signaled the end of the battleship era. Beyond its strategic significance, Midway is remembered for its human cost. The courage of American pilots was extraordinary. They faced overwhelming odds with determination. The resilience of sailors aboard the Yorktown and other ships was inspiring. Their sacrifices showed the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of adversity. Today, Midway Atoll is a wildlife refuge. Its calm waters and quiet shores stand in contrast to the chaos it once endured. This peaceful place is a testament to those sacrifices. It reminds us of the price paid for peace. The story of Midway teaches us many things: the power of strategy, the importance of intelligence, and the unity needed to overcome the greatest challenges. As you rest tonight, reflect on this story. Picture the vast Pacific Ocean. Imagine its waves, now peaceful and still. Think of the bravery of those who fought for a brighter future. Let their sacrifices bring you calm and hope. The impact of Midway did not end with the sinking of Japan's carriers. Its effects echoed across the Pacific and beyond. For Japan, the loss was a strategic disaster. 4 carriers were destroyed: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. These ships were the core of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking force. Their destruction ended Japan's ability to conduct large-scale offensives. The loss of experienced pilots and aircrew was another blow. Unlike the United States, Japan struggled to replace its forces. Its industrial capacity and training programs were limited. The expertise of the aviators lost at Midway was irreplaceable. This left the Japanese fleet at a growing disadvantage in later battles. For the United States, Midway was a game-changer. Victory allowed the US to shift from defense to offense. The Pacific, once dominated by Japan, began to change. American morale soared. The victory proved Japan's expansion could be halted and reversed. For the first time, the Allies had a clear path forward. The island-hopping strategy followed soon after. Allied forces targeted key Japanese-held islands. They bypassed heavily fortified positions, choosing strategic locations instead. Each island captured brought the Allies closer to Japan's home islands. Japanese supply lines were cut off, isolating their forces. One of the first campaigns to build on Midway's success was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. This grueling 6-month campaign saw the United States gain its first major foothold in the Pacific. It marked the beginning of Japan's long retreat. The lessons learned at Midway, particularly the importance of air superiority and carrier-based operations, were applied repeatedly in the battles that followed. The psychological impact of Midway was equally profound. For Japan, the defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded its navy. The loss of the carriers that had spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor was a blow. It was a blow not only to Japan's military capabilities, but also to its national pride. The morale of Japanese troops and citizens began to waver. The realization set in, victory might not be achievable. For the United States and its allies, Midway was a source of inspiration and determination. The victory demonstrated that careful planning, intelligence, and courage could overcome even the most formidable adversaries. It strengthened the resolve of Allied forces and galvanized the American public, who now saw a path to ultimate victory in the Pacific. The Battle of Midway also highlighted the evolving nature of naval warfare. The era of the battleship, long considered the dominant force in naval strategy, was over. Midway confirmed that aircraft carriers and their air groups were the new kings of the sea. Control of the skies became the determining factor in naval engagements. This shift would influence military doctrine for decades to come. The role of intelligence in the battle cannot be overstated. The work of American codebreakers, who deciphered Japan's naval plans, provided a critical advantage. This allowed the United States to prepare and execute its ambush. This achievement underscored the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. It set the stage for the development of sophisticated intelligence operations in future conflicts. As the war progressed, the impact of Midway became increasingly evident. The Japanese Navy, once a dominant force, found itself unable to mount large-scale operations. Meanwhile, the United States, with its unmatched industrial capacity, continued to build and deploy new carriers, planes, and ships. By 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted decisively in favor of the Allies. Today, the story of Midway is remembered not just as a battle. It is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and bravery of those who fought there. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the greatest generation, and the lessons of courage, strategy, and unity that shaped the outcome of the war. The site of the battle, Midway Atoll, is now a place of peace and reflection. Designated as a national wildlife refuge, it is home to a rich diversity of marine and bird life. A far cry from the chaos of war that once engulfed its waters, the atoll stands as a symbol of renewal and a tribute to the resilience of nature and humanity alike. As you reflect on the events of the Battle of Midway, imagine the vast, quiet expanse of the Pacific, its waters calm and still under a starry sky. Let the courage and determination of those who fought fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength and resilience within each of us and the enduring hope for peace. After the decisive American victory at Midway, the Imperial Japanese Navy found itself in a precarious position. With the loss of 4 carriers, over 300 aircraft, and their experienced crews, Japan's ability to project power across the Pacific was irreparably weakened. The battle also exposed critical flaws in Japan's strategic planning and overconfidence. Despite early successes in the war, the Japanese High Command underestimated the United States' industrial capacity, intelligence capabilities, and the sheer determination of its forces. Midway was a psychological blow to Japan. The once dominant Japanese Navy now faced a growing and increasingly confident American fleet. This loss of momentum had a cascading effect on Japanese strategy. Without the naval supremacy they had relied upon, Japan was forced into a defensive posture, scrambling to protect its remaining territories and resources. Meanwhile, the United States capitalized on its victory to push forward with its island-hopping campaign. This strategy involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese strongholds in favor of capturing strategically significant islands. Each island seized became a stepping stone toward Japan itself, providing bases for air operations, supply lines, and staging areas for future assaults. One of the first major campaigns following Midway was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. Guadalcanal was a grueling and protracted campaign, lasting 6 months and testing the endurance of both American and Japanese forces. The lessons learned at Midway played a crucial role in this battle, particularly the importance of air superiority and naval coordination. Guadalcanal marked the first significant offensive by Allied forces in the Pacific and further demonstrated Japan's inability to sustain its initial advances. The importance of logistics and industrial capacity, highlighted by Midway, became even more apparent as the war progressed. The United States, with its vast industrial resources, was able to replace ships, aircraft, and personnel at a pace that Japan could not match. For every carrier Japan lost at Midway, the US was building multiple new carriers, along with the planes and crews needed to operate them. This overwhelming production capacity allowed the Allies to maintain pressure on Japan across multiple fronts. The Battle of Midway also influenced the development of naval warfare tactics and technology. The battle demonstrated the importance of aircraft carriers as the centerpiece of naval strategy, relegating battleships to a secondary role. The lessons learned at Midway shaped the way future naval engagements were fought, with an emphasis on air power, intelligence, and mobility. Intelligence gathering, which had played such a pivotal role at Midway, continued to be a critical factor in the Allied war effort. The success of American cryptographers in breaking Japanese codes allowed the US to anticipate and counter Japanese moves throughout the war. This advantage helped secure victories in battles such as the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, further eroding Japan's ability to wage war. As the war drew closer to Japan's home islands, the effects of Midway became even more pronounced. The loss of carriers and pilots at Midway created a gap in Japan's naval and air capabilities that it could never fully close. By the time of the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944, often referred to as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Japanese pilots were so inexperienced that American forces decimated them with relative ease. This imbalance in skill and resources can be traced back to the setbacks Japan suffered at Midway. The legacy of Midway extends beyond its military and strategic implications. It became a symbol of resilience, ingenuity, and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. For the United States, the victory at Midway represented a turning point in a war that had begun with the devastating losses at Pearl Harbor. It demonstrated that the American spirit, coupled with innovation and strategy, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The men who fought at Midway left a lasting impact on history. Their courage and sacrifice are remembered not just in the annals of military history, but also in the hearts of those who understand the profound cost of war. Many of the pilots, sailors, and officers who served in the battle went on to play key roles in subsequent campaigns, carrying with them the lessons and experiences of Midway. Today, the site of the battle remains a place of quiet reflection. Midway Atoll, now a national wildlife refuge, is home to diverse marine and bird life, a stark contrast to the chaos that once engulfed its waters. The peaceful serenity of the atoll serves as a poignant reminder of the cost of war and the enduring hope for peace. The story of Midway is one of triumph and tragedy, of strategy and sacrifice. It is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in history, let us remember the bravery of those who fought, the lessons they taught us, and the enduring legacy of their actions. Picture the calm waters of the Pacific, the waves gently lapping against the shores of the atoll. Imagine the bravery of those who took to the skies and seas, their sacrifices shaping the course of history. Let their legacy remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of the Battle of Midway bring you reflection, perspective, and a deep sense of gratitude. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet strength of those who came before us, and the enduring hope for a better world. Sweet dreams, and drift off to sleep with rain.